Good morning. Welcome to the Finance and Labor Relations Committee meeting, which I now call to order. I'll begin with a land acknowledgement, followed by a moment of silent reflection and a reading of our respectful conduct statement. We acknowledge that Stratford is situated on lands shared between many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples today. As a city, we have responsibility for the stewardship of the land on which we live and work. Today, we acknowledge Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and the neutral Abenaki peoples. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live, work, and play on this land. Thank you. The Corporation of the City of Stratford is committed to providing quality service to all members of the public, council, and our employees. Our goal is to promote a safe, healthy, respectful, inclusive, and positive environment. We have a responsibility to treat people with respect by creating safe and respectful spaces. It is the city's expectation that all present will be respectful. Item 2 is disclosures of pecuniary interest. Are there any to be declared this morning? Councilor McCabe?
I would like to declare a pecuniary interest on the funding for Lights on Stratford in regard to a display which is on the upper part of the building that I on the lower part.
Thank you. Any others? No. So item 3 is opening remarks. We'll start with the mayor, followed by me, and then our CAO. Mr. Mayor.
Good morning and welcome, and thank you, Chair Hunter. I wish to begin with several more thank yous. First, to the City of Stratford residents for your engagement to date, some as early as this morning in conversation with a local resident, but also through the budget pop-ups, the City Hall Auditorium open house, and the electronic survey. Thank you to Director Kruger and Andy Partridge for your year-round work regarding this budget. It seems that we successfully complete one budget and you are already on to the next. Thank you to staff, particularly CLT, for your work going back in most cases to July. Thank you to the leads of our outside boards, and many are in the audience here today, for your dedication to this process. Today, we look forward to hearing the highlights from all departments and boards with regards to your budgets. Thank you as well, a huge thank you to our clerk, Ms. Defoe, for her guidance with this first mayor's budget. And I know we will continue to have her guidance and support as we move this through this budget process. Regarding the 2026 draft budget, this is our most important work. I believe that what we have before us is an excellent combination of respecting the ratepayers' ability to afford a projected tax levy increase, along with respecting the provision of services that they need, services that they desire, and in many cases, they expect. Finally, I want to thank Chair Hunter and Council for your work and thoughts shared prior to this meeting. I was happy that the city had an opportunity to share some of those major concerns at the pre-budget meeting with NPP a couple weeks ago. So I realize and appreciate that these are anxious and stressful times for our residents and our businesses. As one mom shared with me a couple days ago, we need a time to breathe. These stressful times are accentuated, especially with the uncertainty around trade tariff talks. especially around the Kuzma renegotiation. A trade agreement that has protected much of our local trading, local manufacturing to date. This renegotiation, and hopefully a successful, positive one, will be completed in 2026. So once again, thank you for your work leading up to today, and I look forward to moving forward and working with you to finalize a 2026 budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Ritzman. My comments will be brief. Coming from the private business world to the city budget, it's a very different creature. In the private world, you leave lots of buffer to make sure you've got the cash flow to cover you through the year. And if the city does that, if we leave a big buffer, that means our taxes go up unnecessarily. So it's a very delicate balance to make sure we have enough tax collected, but not too much. But enough that we get to the end of the year successfully. And in my 3 years, this is my 4th budget now doing this, our city staff have presented a budget which balance on that knife edge, I think exceptionally well. So I want to thank Carmen and her team and all the departments for bringing numbers that make sense, that are real numbers, and that do that balance between having enough to get to the end of the year and not overburdening our community. So I'm very grateful for that. And with that, I'll turn it over to our CAO.
Perfect. Thank you. And again, I will keep my comments very brief as well. But coming in, this is obviously a much different aspect for me. I'm used to diving in and being heavily involved in the budget. And this year, as excited as I was coming into the city as a CAO, I was starting at a time where the budget was nearing its completion from a staff review point of view. But I did have the opportunity to meet with all of the departments, all of our outside boards on their final kind of budget submissions for the draft budget. And I was very pleasantly surprised at how much work was put into it, how much thought was put into it to kind of meet that mandate and really provide a budget that is quite reasonable, as the mayor and Councillor Hunter said, that balances on that edge that of sustainability and trying to keep that tax base what it needs to be, but also providing us a sustainable budget that we can move forward with and ensure that we don't necessarily make some mistakes that over the years, updating our asset management plans and putting money aside for that future capital to make sure, again, this is a good budget moving forward. And I think this is a very good budget that really puts that balance in place. So again, I think the thank yous have already been there. So I thank all the staff and all the efforts that have been put in. Like I said, I've seen it firsthand, and I'm very pleasantly surprised at the work that's been put into this budget. And again, obviously, Carmen and Wendy and her staff, I fully understand how long a process that is, even though the idea today is to have some short presentation, because really now is your turn, council, to ask your questions and understand what's really in there. So our presentations will be short and sweet today. It is a fairly stable budget in the sense that there's not a lot new here. It's meant to keep services at the same service levels that we've had over the last number of years. So you'll see that today. But again, this has been ongoing for 6+ more months, and that's the way this process works. So thanks to everybody on this. I'll just echo the mayor's final comments, as well as this budget also protects us a little bit in the sense of this uncertainty that we're all in regards to the economy, but also the politics around not only south of the border, but with our own governments as well. Change happens very quickly with the new world that we're in. And this budget allows us to really shift and maneuver accordingly if we need to do so at that point in time. So again, I'm excited for the day. This is always my most exciting time of year. Although most people do not enjoy it as much as I do, but I think we're on a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. So item 4 is the budget overview, which is the bulk of our day. Item 5 is the report of the Director of Corporate Services. And there is a summary of public engagement initiatives for the 2026 draft budget and a staff recommendation that report be received for information. Moved by Councilor McCabe, seconded by Councilor Burback. Any discussion on that? No, I see none. So we'll move on to the presentations. Did you want Say something?
No.
Oh, you're ready for your
Okay,
presentation.
and I'm gonna start with the overview, which was the item before.
Oh, sure. As, one thing I was gonna, recommend to council, as we go through each of the presentations, I will open the floor to questions after that. And if you have, I would say shorter, amendments to the budget to be proposed, that might be appropriate. But I will also make time at the end of the presentation for any motions council would like to bring forward, amending the budget. With that, I'll turn it over to the director Kruger.
Hey, mine's first one with the clips, so. So really, the gist of this overview is to give some highlights and review the mayoral direction that we had received before. You're gonna, like, as been alluded to, you're gonna hear from the various departments and boards around their challenges and opportunities. And highlights of potentially things that may be included or excluded from the budget based on the mayoral direction and staff judgment to meet the directive for the tax rate change. And then once we, and then what's a little different this year is we'll do the presentations, but as the chair alluded to, the members of council will have the opportunity to propose amendments and have the discussion, but we're not walking through the budget sort of section by section like we have in previous years. Because this is the mayor's budget. And then once there aren't any further amendments, once we get to the point where everybody's been able to have their conversations, then the budget will be deemed passed and there won't be a bylaw, there won't be potentially further meetings, but we might not be wrapped up today, but we'll see how today goes. And then see how that all rolls out, but it's just a bit of a different administrative process this year with that legislative change, so. Okay, so I wanted to review the mayoral direction. Most of you have seen it, you know what it's like on the website, but for anybody watching this, there were some very specific things included and some general things included in the directive provided to staff. The primary one that most people are most interested in is the tax impact, the property tax levy. And the direction was to ensure that there was the impact was no greater than 3.5%. I will say that the departments and staff did a fantastic job on this because the last few years, as we all know, have been higher than this. And we come in at 3.09% with the staff prepared estimates for many departments and the mayoral direction. There was a direction to outline any disinvestments or any things that we were going to exclude from the budget. So you'll see those pop up in the presentations from the departments. We were directed to include very specific initiatives and have some conversations around the Grand Trunk site. There's a mayor's task force and then some specific projects, including accessible pathways and some conversation around affordable, attainable, supportive housing and use of municipal lands. So, excuse me, again, these are things that some of which would have automatically been included in the budget, but they're highlighted the way that we presented it this year. Further, we were able to look at how, again, evaluating how the investments and disinvestments were going to impact the budget. We were to include conversations around new housing. We were to meet all the legislative and regulatory requirements. Thank you for having that included as a directive because we kind of have to do that anyway. We were prioritizing our investments and really highlighting those where deferring or postponing work would result in a disaffecting the public. So we're trying to support initiatives that are affordable, and we're trying to mitigate those things that if they significantly disaffect the community that we're not going there. We wanted to prioritize the items that meet all that criteria, and then demonstrate the ability of doing it that way, but still advancing the goals of the city's strategic priorities in a measurable way. So we think we've accomplished that in the presentation this year. So further direction was that there was to be no additional staffing beyond those positions that are previously approved by council. So this doesn't include filling vacant positions that we have, but it was that there was to be no new college like we had. We were to adhere to council approved financial policies and just disclose and discuss, and again, identify areas that have been deprioritized or that have been deferred beyond what might be expected or have been discussed in the past. Staff do continue to pursue opportunities for new grants and other funding sources, so trying to mitigate the effect on the tax levy by seeking other funding sources. And then working collaboratively with the mayor through the process, and we did do that as well. And the mayor has been very, very helpful in assisting us with migrating through this this change. So, and then we were to issue the draft budget for public consultation, and as the chair has alluded to, there is a report attached to the agenda that summarizes the outcomes from that. We did hear some consistent messages throughout our consultations with the public, so those are summarized in that report. And we corresponded with our outside boards, and we asked them to respectfully consider keeping their increases to the prescribed limits. While we don't have the mayor's direct control over those boards, they all came in as best they could with those limitations. And basically, as an overall, that all of the documents in the work plans for 2026 were prepared with those considerations in mind. Some of these, they may have existed in prior budget years as well, but they're just highlighted just a little bit differently this year. Okay, so my presentation this year is substantially shorter than in previous years for a few reasons, but basically I'm trying to keep the emphasis on the directives that were provided, but also mention this information doesn't change significantly year over year, so it's just a bit of an overview for capital and for operating. So really, again, keeping the focus for our capital program on rehabilitating existing assets. We have 98 proposed capital projects this year. This a bit fewer than last year. Sometimes that's just by cyclical activity, not necessarily related to the mayoral direction. And we have those projects are worth $56 million, last year 37. So there are a couple of things that aren't baked into the 10-year capital forecast. As everybody probably knows, the Grand Trunk development of site, that's a giant investment overall. We haven't included those full capital requirements for any potential work if it exists, because we still don't know what those will look like. And then some of the 10-year forecast items in our capital program are not necessarily yet fully funded, but we're feeling a lot more optimistic about this because as we've been working through our asset management plan process, and our asset management manager has been really spending a lot of time with the departments coming up with better estimates on condition of our assets and replacement costs. This gap is narrowing, which I have some figures for in just a second. Okay, so our capital reserve fund balance projected for the end of this year will be about $38 million. We annually are contributing based on previous years and this year's increases about 21 million. So that means that out of the capital program, out of that 56 million that we're spending, we're using 30 million of reserves. So we're using more reserves in the 2026 capital program than we are contributing, but that's not uncommon. We often have cyclical activity like that. Based on our 10-year forecast, the 10-year amount is 371 million. That's down from the previous budget years, and that's because of those projected estimates for replacement costs and some of the things that we're thinking that we had to do, but based on our condition, we may not have to as soon as in 10 years. So we're looking at annual requirements or annual reserve contributions where they should be is around 37, 38 million. In the past, this number was also much larger. So you'll see the two highlighted numbers. That's kind of our gap between what we think we need to spend annually and what we're contributing. Again, that gap is significantly smaller than it has been presented to council in the past. So, the work that we've done in the past to increase our contributions to capital and to reserve is not for naught, but it can slow down a little bit now that we've got better numbers and better information. So the projected capital reserve funds based on all of our capital activity for 2026 at the end of next year. We're thinking it's going to be a little bit less at 29 million. So again, that's just because we're using a little bit more reserves in 2026 than we had in the past. So again, this table here is, I'm not gonna go through it exactly, but I did wanna highlight that using all of our funding sources, not just talking about reserves, but looking at development charges and that sort of thing. The annualized shortfall, not $7.5 million, more like 11 million, and that's because of the shifts in other funding sources. So sometimes we have reductions in projected grant revenues, development charges, that sort of thing. So this is more what I would say is not specifically reserves, but is our overall shortfall for funding. And again, it's still not as big of a number as we've seen in the past, so I'm pleased with the trend for sure. Long-term debt, again, we like to talk about this every year, so I just want to put this one up here. Our maximum annual repayment is about 19 million. We sit at probably about 7 or 8 million for our annual payments for principal repayment. So we have some room there, but again, my last statement there, I put it in every year. There's room to borrow, but with borrowing comes the cost that has to get added to the tax levy to be repaying it. So we'd be very cautious using debt, but it's still a tool in our toolbox that we do need to use to make things work. Okay, so a couple of things I want to highlight for our discussions for this day and maybe future. We don't have a lot of proposed expansions in this budget year, whereas we have had in the past. There's only one for equipment for a mini excavator, which I'm sure the director will talk about when the time comes. We haven't included things where we may need to address our space needs. So any outcomes from our space needs analysis, whether it's renovating or building, have not been part of this budget. Not to say that they won't come forward to council at a later date. However, they're just not part of this thing because we didn't have all the information at that time. Community improvement plans, again, these are kind of tied to the official plan work, so there's more to come on those. They're just not baked into the program at this point, other than the housing CIP that was set up in 2025's budget, which still has that seed funding of it. Some things to note as well, assumptions used for wages were based on CPI, but so there's a roughly a 2% increase in our wages and benefits costs. We have couple of collective bargaining agreements coming up for discussion and renewal at the end of this year. So again, we don't know what that's going to look like, but we're based our best estimates on a 2% estimate. And then the other piece that's not baked into this budget is any use of MAT tax dollars, with the exception of the liaison proposal, which I'll talk about in my corporate services overview. The balance that's sitting in the MAT tax reserve at this point is about $300,000. So it remains a source of funding for applicable projects, but we refrain from including anything further in the budget just while we await the ad hoc committee discussions and a potential policy that's going to come forward for next consideration. Okay, my favorite chart. This is the one that kind of shows where we've come from and where we are today. So I'll just kind of walk through each number here in each column. The first number, the 86 million on the top left, that is what last year's budget was, or last year's tax levy was, pardon me. And then this year's tax levy is proposing an increase of 4 million. That increase represents a 4.79% increase in the dollars. Okay, so that's that first sort of part of the table. Okay, that doesn't mean that that's the tax rate increase, so I'll get to that as we move through this. So the resulting local tax rate as a result of increasing our budget by $4 million makes the rate the 0.016. We have the education rate, which hasn't changed in quite a number of years, for our total tax rate of 0.0175. If you compare that number to the one below it, that represents an increase of 3.09%, because that's where we're at right now with the increase in the budget. So if you have an average assessment value, and I updated this in previous years, I used 350. I was trying to round up, but this is a little bit more accurate because this 317 property value is what MPAC says our average value is. So it's based on real data and real valuation. Okay, so that means that a house valued at 317,000 would be paid 55.78 in taxes, and that's a 3.4% increase in their taxes compared to what they would have paid on the prior year assessment. So really, it comes down to an average impact annually of $167 per house or per house valued at $317, and that's about $14. That's the table there. Oh, sorry, I didn't actually back up for just a quick second. So again, when we compare 2026 to the prior years and the prior year increases, this is a bit of a confusing part for people, but we've kind of been able to do the tax rate estimates because assessment values haven't been increasing, they haven't been changing. MPAC has not done a reassessment of province-wide for most of these years. So it's just, it's something that if and when MPAC does decide to do a full-on reevaluation, it'll be very difficult for us to predict that 3.09%. Because things will be shifting around, everybody's property values will be changing differently. Some might go up, some might go down, so it's gonna be a difficult thing to estimate when we do the budget, and it becomes part of our analysis when we pass the tax rate. It's been simple, easy for me and easy for us to all understand what does it mean to residents right now. But it's not always that simple when we're doing the budget presentation, so sometimes we have to focus on the 4.79% dollar increase. But as you'll see, if you look at any of the years, that increase in the levy is always, when you convert it to a tax rate increase, it's always less. And that's because the tax rate does bake in all of the assessment changes, the increased assessment value, increased properties to the city. So it does reduce the rate effect for everybody when we get more properties on board. Okay, so we're almost at the end. So really, I just wanted to conclude with saying a couple of things, that the 2026 mayor's budget does meet the direction that was provided substantially, and positions the city to achieve its desired outcomes based on the Grand Trunk site, housing, homelessness, and accessibility on the mayor's direct. We still have a focus on asset management, renewals, and replacement, and we're still prioritizing those projects. And I commend staff for being able to do this, because when you have 100 things to do or 1,000 things to do, narrowing it down to 39 projects is a feat. So, and then we've got also still baked into the budget 3 initiatives, so we're continuing to work towards those goals. However, you know, they were lofty goals to start with, and so it is something that we constantly have to be revisiting. So the city continues to grow. We grow at about, in my tenure with the city, the last few years, it's been about 1.25% to 1.75% annually for our assessment growth and our property growth. And that does increase our base, and that's how we're able to spread those costs across more properties and property types. So, questions? Does anybody have any questions on the overview?
No questions at this point. Thank you. All right, that brings us to the department presentation. 6.1 is mayor, council, and CAO. Human resource. Let's stay here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, we'll be very quiet. So as she puts that, for the mayor and council's budget, again, for 2026, there's some slight changes here in regards to this budget, mostly due to the election in 2026. So there's going to be a reduction in some training costs in 2026. There'll be more training for council action in 26, but that'll come out of their clerk selection budget. So that's why there's some changes in the actual mayor budget as we go through. In regards to some opportunities, again, it'll be a little bit of different year in regards to that budget. And again, one of the challenges we'll experience is there may be a period in time between August 19th and November 15th, where we are in that lame duck period. So again, with that impacts on some decision making. Having said that, the mayor's budget, mayor and council budget is fairly status quo with some slight increases to a few items. Right, in the actual operating budget, you'll see that the budget's down 2.65%. Most of that is because of that training piece. $10,000 is an increase in the training, and then a $5,000 decrease in special events. And the decrease in special events is again just looking at our historical numbers and making some adjustments for two actuals and what we think is going to happen in 2026. And there's no capital items in relation to the mayor and council budget. So that was fairly straightforward. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions to the CAO? No, if you want. Thank you for those.
Let's keep going here. Okay, below the CAO's budget. The CAO's budget, again, I've kept the CAO's budget fairly status quo from the year before. Now, having said that, there will be some opportunities as I get our priorities going in 2026. And kind of move forward with some priorities that we want to do. In the office, there'll be some tweaks to that budget, and there's probably some opportunities as we hit the 2027 budget to make some allocation changes to that budget. But for now, that budget provides some flexibility for me to do some of the priorities we want to do in relation to leadership guidance and some corporate priorities. Also allows us overall, the budget allows us some flexibility and takes advantage of some revenue options and grant options that might become available. I said it in my intro, that one of the biggest challenges overall for the CAO budget and all of our budget is this uncertainty that we exist in and what that might evolve or how that might change. As we do our budgets almost 6-7 months in advance of the actual year, as we're preparing those budgets, right now that uncertainty for 2026 is again some unknowns that might impact where we go. But again, I think we can shift very quickly if we need to. In the actual operating budget for the CAO's budget, there's some kept things the same, just realigned some of those budget lines a little bit. There's some strategic guidance and priority setting that we can do here in lieu of leadership training, etc. We have some advocacy and government relations initiatives that starting in 2025 and continue in 2026. Continuing with the communication strategy and support that council started in 2025. And then we've got a little bit of dollars set aside. Mostly this is going to be an internal project for modernization review across the organization to see where we can find some opportunities for some modernization efficiencies. And then on the capital side, of course, is the grant trunk renewal. We talked a little bit about that on Monday evening. We will be bringing back some information early in the new year to really scope that out based on the conversation we had on Monday as well. But that project includes $322,000, which is coming out of reserve that's been set up for that. And some of the items that are included in this budget as well. I just reiterate, there's $60,000 that was an expansion project the last year for communication and external support around communication. And then again, the $322,000 for the primary initiatives. So that's the CAO's budget in a nutshell.
Any questions on the CAO's budget? Councilor Burbank.
Thank you, through the chair. So just to confirm, most of those initiatives, the grant trunk and the communication strategy, is that coming out of special projects? Is that the item line?
The special projects line will have $350,000 give or take, has 322, and then it has $45,000 in it for government relations. There's a consultants line above that has, I believe, $160,000 in it. And the way that's split up is $60,000 for communications, $45,000 for the modernization project, and $55,000 for leadership.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Councilor Wardell.
Yeah, thank you. So Chair, thanks for the presentation. You mentioned 200,000 for reserve. Currently, just have 200,000.
Through the chair, it's $322,000 that is coming from a reserve that was set up a number of years ago for the grant trunk.
Any other questions? No. Thanks.
And the last one for me is human resources. Again, this is a budget that has some opportunities in it in relation to starting fresh. But we built the budget based a little bit on prior years and some assumptions. That will evolve as we move forward into 2026 and 2027. I expect that budget to be different from a line by line allocation, but overall, I certainly think this revised budget will be sustainable moving forward without too much changes overall. So obviously, we're starting fresh with a new model in 2026, and we're beginning that as we speak. The progress is going to be around integrity and transparency with the new department, again, trying to really build upon that and continue that, and then also enhance the employee engagement, feedback, the inclusive and the growth for our staff and our employees. Challenges, of course, is with a new department and a new change, that's going to take some time to not only learn the new roles, but learn the organization, learn the corporate culture, and then the recruitment, of course, in itself just takes some time as we progress. But that recruitment has already started partially, and we certainly hope to have some staff in place for early in the new year. In regards to the budget itself, so we're going to move the department under the CAO for now. That is something we'll review again as 2026 and as we get ready for the 2027 budget. We'll have more reports around that and what that might look like moving forward. But for now, that's the plan. And then what we've done is we've gone back to the 2024 budget and realigned a few things in relation to that, which leads that budget to have 15% decrease. Approximately, that takes into account changing a few things within it, but we moved one of the positions to the corporate services finance department payroll, and then and again those line items might shift a little bit. The other piece on the capital side, of course, is the HRIS system. As we move forward with our IT strategy, that is going to be part of that discussion, and presumably what will happen is we'll be recommending moving forward with a full ERP and enterprise resource program, which is a finance system and otherwise, which should include some form of HRIS system within that as well. Again, that will come forward as we move. And then I just want to highlight a couple of inclusions and exclusions. We have removed net 2 positions from the HR budget as compared to 2025, and then 1 position, as I mentioned, over to finance in the payroll. So again, happy to answer any questions specifically around that budget. But again, as I said, that budget is kind of a holding place at this point in time until.
Councilor McKee, you
Through the chair, just to dig in a little bit on this enterprise ERP, and is that going to allow people to, for example, make payments more easily online, that kind of arrangement?
Through the chair, I'll let Carmen
Our quick questions, you go through the chair till I get to mine, we're gonna talk about a little bit. Thanks.
Councilor Burbank, you have a question?
Thank you through the chair. Perhaps a similar but different question, about the HRIS and the ERP. Or do we have a strategy towards like putting things into a reserve fund? Because we know that it's kind of an important upcoming expense. So I'm just curious if we're setting money aside, because I know that those systems are expensive.
Through it, I think we'll just let Carmen's going to talk a little bit about that, and that's going to be part of our as we move forward. Sure. Okay.
Any other questions related to human resources this time? Nope. Thank you for the presentation. And next is corporate services.
You want to wait long? So corporate services, so we have a few things to cover off in here, but I got very few slides, so we'll get through this very quickly. So we're talking a little bit about opportunities and challenges. So one of the opportunities and challenges, as most of you are aware, in the last few years, as I have been painfully aware, our financial reporting has been delayed in substantially. We are very close to being caught up. We are working on the 2024 year end at the moment, and we will be able to slip into the 2025 review on track once we start 2026. So that will really significantly improve our capacity in our department because we won't be managing multiple open year ends. We'll be able to focus on a lot more on the forward thinking and some of the optimizations, the strategic priorities that CAO has alluded to as well. So I'm looking forward to 2026 in that regard for sure. One of the other challenges that we have is just managing the current service delivery when we're entering into an election period. This primarily affects our customer service down on the main floor as traffic increases and questions increase with respect to how the election works and is helping potential candidates get ready for that. So it's just a balancing act. So we'll continue to work at that, and our customer service team in the clerk's department is fabulous. So I'm sure they will handle it just fine. And so a couple of questions we've had around the IT strategic plan. So I don't want to necessarily park the conversations that we're going to have about this. However, we are awaiting that strategic plan to help guide us through this. So the consultant is working now with a lot of the parties involved in this internally and exploring what the departments want to see over the next 5 to 10 years in terms of our service delivery. So like online payments, online services, anything that we want to try to make better for our resident experience. Some of this is website driven, some of it is ERP driven, so it depends a little bit on what solution we end up with. There are limited software solutions that are out there that will meet all of our needs. And some of them may do as good a job as we have now, some may be better and some may be not as good. So it really it'll become an evaluation strategy for us to do that. With respect to saving the money for this, as we were going forward, we do have some money set aside for what I would call like a general IT maintenance and replacement. But we're not sure yet what this is going to look like yet. So it may be something that we have to address in our 2027 and beyond budgets, but we'll do our best to accommodate that. The HRIS piece of this is something that we haven't had before, so we're integrating that. We're all very excited about that option too. So I don't have a firm answer as to like what this is going to look like or how it's going to go, but once the strategic plan is completed, which we think is going to be towards the end of the first quarter, we'll have a much better idea. And then the ERP system comes to its end of life at the end of 2028. So we have a pretty busy next couple of years to get ready for that, because it's a huge undertaking to switch a software system that supports the whole city. Okay, so what's included in the corporate services budget? We've got an item in the capital program for the audio, visual, and digital broadcasting upgrades. Again, it's a placeholder at this point based on research that's been done by our clerk's office as to other municipalities that have undertaken a broad overview of this. We've got it proposed to be funded through existing one-time tax stabilization reserves. So it's not projected to have a levy impact, but we don't have our quotes or formalized work done at this point because the budget has not hit. And then as in previous year requests, and just in discussions with the mayor, we got the funding towards the Lights On Festival. This isn't really the corporate services budget specifically, but it falls kind of into us because of the MAT tax. So just based on the timing of the budget preparation, we continued on with funding that extra or that festival through municipal accommodation tax reserve fund. But council may wish to talk about this because we are awaiting that ad hoc committee work that's coming. So this could be something that we want to address. What's excluded? A couple things, nothing too exciting here, but from a report that we brought forward during the 2025 budget and the tax rates, consultants had outlined potential recommendation to phase in and reducing the multi-residential tax ratios over the next 10 years. It would have an impact by shifting from the multi-residential to the residential and all the other classes, redistributing the tax, the budget burden of about 190,000 per year, but that has not been built into the budget because it was not approved in 2025. So we've just made some assumptions that will be the status quo for now. The IT division in the 2025 budget had a proposed addition of a supervisor of enterprise application. So enterprise being the keyword in ERP. So stay tuned on that one. We've kind of left it out of the budget at this point because we are anticipating a need for that position once we get the strategic plan back and once we have a path forward for our replacement system. So that's just, we thought it was premature to include it this year. But it will be something that is coming forward later. Excluded as well as in the budget, you'll see it in the capital program, we've got the Right Business Park, sorry. We've got the Right Business Park identified as a project that's underway in the 2026 year. It's about $14 million to get those lands serviced. It's a cash outlay, it's not a tax levy impact, but it's just something that I'm flagging because I don't have $14 million laying around, so we'll just kind of to see how that goes, and once those figures start to become a little bit more firm, we may have to come up with some financing strategies for that. Okay, that's it. Does anybody have any questions about corporate services?
Councilor McCabe.
Through the chair, thank you for the presentation. A couple of things more philosophical than anything else. Regarding the IT review.
Yeah.
Are we looking at the use of artificial intelligence in regard to producing better interfaces with the public as far as scheduling? You know, there's certainly good software out there. Is that part of the review?
Through the chair, that's actually something that we've been working at a little bit more with some of our internal tools that we already have. So I know our IT department has, we subscribed to an AI tool that's not ChatGPT, but like a government secure tool. So we are already starting to use that for internal use. And then we will be looking at trying to build in options for our website for how we communicate with our residents, or how our residents communicate with us, and how they seek information. So yes, that the answer is yes, that it's already happening with some of our external tools now. But with the ERP systems, it's definitely a top of mind question and a criteria that we're looking at evaluating, so that we can understand. I think for most, I would say, based on my preliminary research, most ERP systems at this stage don't have it embedded necessarily in it, but there's lots of them that have add-on tools that we can certainly look at, you know, and determine how we can best capture information within, and how best share it outside the organization.
Councilor Natter.
If I could just touch base a little bit on that, on the AI question. AI has become kind of a buzzword that, you know, everybody's using, but your back end and your systems have to be very, very stable, and the data has to be really good for it to be useful. Once the ERP HRI systems are in place, that's when we'll get that benefit from there. And then the current system that we have, there has to be a little bit of an upgrade to them to get a real benefit out of the schools.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to circle back to the Right Business Park.
Sure.
Understanding that's a significant amount of money to move forward with that initiative. Although it might not be in 2026, does conversation exist somewhere in regards to how are we going to move forward with this as we look at very limited inventory for the city of Stratford to market? What are we going to do to, I hate to say, but punt this down the road? What are we doing? Because for me, it's, I appreciate how we're gonna fund this. It's a conversation that I just want to know if are we going to be having at some point as council, because it's something that it's a priority for me.
Go ahead, Andre.
Through the chair, I'll just kind of drive it back on that one. I know Invest Stratford is working on that concept and putting some information together. And the reality with that type of number is there's a number, and a portion of that, and hopefully all of it, will be recouped through future sales, etc. So it does, just because it's not necessarily in the budget for 2026, as Invest Stratford moves forward with some of their strategies, and we forward that on council and try to put a business case around what this might look like. That doesn't mean there's not an opportunity in 2026 or future to move forward with some portion of that project, as long as we put the financing and the business place together to in essence fund itself. And there's also a portion of reserve. I don't remember the amount that's in that reserve, but there's a couple of million and $2.5 million in that industrial land reserve already, with sales that are currently now. I'm sure Joan can speak a little bit more to that.
Any other questions about Councilor McCabe?
Through the chair, just actually a couple of things, both the Right Business Park, our industrial taxation, it runs lower than comparable municipalities, as well as our multi-unit residential is significantly lower than populations around this size. So it's nice to see that we're developing a new business park that makes sense strategically, but I'm getting a little concerned about our not bringing down this tax rate on unit residential in a timely fashion to start incentivizing that. So over time that we're not as reliant on the single unit dwellings, which have a larger capital cost as far as infrastructure goes. So just
Any other questions on this item? Councilor Lee?
Thank you. I had a question also about the multi-residential. I remember from last year, you were saying that the province could all of a sudden say you have to go down, right? You could, and it would be an immediate change. Is it worthwhile, like, is that something that is going to happen?
Through the chair, no, I have no indication of that at this point. I think when I was voicing that view last year, it was really just more about a sense that they would give the provincial focus and our own focus towards trying to look at affordable housing options, trying to look at all the tools that we have available to us to alleviate tax burdens that may be inequitable between different types of property owners. That was kind of the more of the gist of that. There hasn't been anything in my circle of rumblings where there's any indication that it's forthcoming. It's something that we can pick up at any given time. Doesn't have to be like right this minute. It's just something that potentially could impact the city's bottom line if we implemented it post budget, but we certainly could do that as a tax decision. And then we can move forward with it. Again, I think if it's something that council wishes to have a little bit more information on, I can bring something back after budget to talk a little bit more in depth about this. To be honest, it's a fairly small subset of our overall assessment base. So my view is that it's not necessarily fully equitable. It's not as significant for the city. It's not a significant part of our tax base. So it just kind of comes down to priorities and how.
Mr. Moran, you have
Just to add, the province already has in certain basis made that reduction, so any new multi-residentials is at a lower tax rate than current multi-residential they already have. Whether they would ever go back and change others, I don't think that would ever be the case. But they already have in regards to moving forward. And as Carmen alluded to, we'll bring back some tax policy decisions for you to make. There's lots happening in that tax policy piece, especially in relation to what may or may not happen with reassessment. And there's strategies that we can undertake to mitigate the impacts of reassessment that deal with lowering, say, some of our non-residential tax ratios, but all of that will come back to you for decision making, or at least consumption and decision making.
Just as a follow-up, in some of the more rent geared to income, multi-residential housing, like units, shifting that from the 2 down to the 1 could make a massive difference in retaining our rent geared to income housing levels in the city. So it is something that, if I can make a request, that we do speak a little more to that. You're saying post budget. I just would like to hear more about the potential of moving toward that, just so that it can make the sustainability of our rent geared to income units that we already have like a little more sustainable, and that we won't lose anything.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
any other questions or comments? No, I see none, so thank you for the presentation. And next we'll move on to social services. Director McElroy.
Morning to the chair and this is the social services budget for the upcoming year. All right, a lot of this I spoke to in the last year. But our opportunities, we gotta continue strengthening our collaborations, especially in housing. Isolation is one of the key issues that we are seeing, as well as behavior increase. So the more ways we can address this through a collaboration with our outside partners. to tailor the services for the individuals that are in need, the better it's gonna do for us as we work forward. Access for funding, again, looking at grants or whatever comes through the provincial, federal governments to expand programming and enhance our staff and improve our infrastructure. And childcare and social services, we need to bring up some innovative strategies to increase accessibility and support. And that is, I think, going to come back to how we collaborate with our outside partners, so strong partnerships, I think. We know these challenges, as health and safety is key for multivariate individuals we're seeing, as well as the aging infrastructure we have and the maintenance of the aging infrastructure. Rising operational costs and difficulty in recruiting and retaining qualified staff. You see that specifically in our ECEs. We have daycares and children's centers that cannot go 100% capacity because they cannot recruit qualified ECEs. But we're also seeing it in a nonprofit service delivery partner sectors where the wages aren't retaining them, or even within our own the burnout within our own staff. We're seeing a lot of turnover. Ideally, we're keeping them within the corporation though, as they move to other areas. And then we have financial constraints from or decreasing funding and an increase in administrative burdens. The amount of reporting to the provinces we know continues to increase as we go to an evidence-based system to determine service delivery. Again, this is all in your budget. We're looking at the city of Stratford tax levy increase of 9.75%. Most of our capital is predominantly in housing, again, aging infrastructure. So some of these are projects that we're looking at. 9 Fulton Milton and 398 Erie Street are coming to the forefront next year, and shovels will be in the ground. So what are my discretionary items that we can look at? Encampment restoration costs. Again, management of encampments on public or municipally owned lands, that is a discretionary cost for the municipality. Our purchase service agreements, these are the ones that support the youth shelter, the youth skills developments, the programs that we have in counseling, aimed at improving the employability and life skills of our clients. We have the recreation program that subsidizes youth who are into sports and leisure programs. That's a discretionary cost. And this is, sorry, I don't think I've spoke to this in my 7 years here, but the assistance with funerals and burial costs. And although it's minimal, it is something we're seeing an increase of people passing away that do not have family connected, and the city does pay the cost for that. So it's called unclaimed bodies. Our discretionary funding that is not included, but we need to take a look at the board fund is 398 Erie Street. We have lots of applications and we are working with Ministry of Health, we're working with CMHA locally, but what does that look like as operational costs moving forward? We know my ideal plan ideally is that we have supported housing 24/7 for individuals to make the most impact on our homelessness within the city, but it will depend on operating funding, and that's something we don't know, and we have to take a look at what the service delivery will be and the operational costs when that comes to fruition. All right, that's our overview for this year. Any questions?
More of a comment than a question. With regards to the 398 Erie Street, I did send a letter on behalf of Corporation and Council with regards to the operation cost of that project to MVP Ray, and he did acknowledge a couple weeks ago the receipt of, and he has set up through my office a meeting with you, myself, and him to discuss both challenges coming forward.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other councilman? Okay.
Through the chair, just maybe something to highlight for people, because I've had this question when people are looking at other municipalities and their budget being lower, that we are servicing a much larger service area through our budget, through social services than other communities, and that kind of, could you just speak to that so that people can understand that?
The fact that we are the consolidated municipal service manager for City of Stratford, Town of St. Mary's and Perth County, that the staff oversee the whole of Perth County and their service delivery, and it is cost shared between the county and the City of Stratford.
Any other council word over?
Thanks so much. So we shared, can you give us more detail about the homelessness, operating cost?
Through the chair, sorry, can I get clarification? What type of detail are you seeking, Councillor Riddle?
You say, operation budgets. So are you expecting this year more than last year, or how? I mean, from this year to next year.
Yeah, so through the chair, our homelessness prevention dollars from the province did not increase. Do we expect increased operations? I mean, I think the writing's on the wall, looking at the economic status, state of where we're going. However, where does that fall? There is always, if we exceed the homelessness prevention dollars the province gives us, that will fall to the tax levy, and I will have to come back to council, as many of my counterparts have in the province, to ask for more money to ensure the health and safety of our most vulnerable.
Any other questions or comments? No, thank you for the presentation. And next is the fire services municipal report. Or chief.
Thank you to the chair. Morning, everyone. Fire department draft budget. For the opportunities for this year, or 2026, fire department has applied for the fire protection grant and the an emergency management grant. Fire protection grant is put in place to reduce damage causing agents throughout the Ontario Fire Service. So we're looking to get some items such as a pit testing machine and a battery operated hose decontamination machine, so we can decontaminate our hose on site before bringing it back for recontaminating our fire truck. That'll reduce considerably our contaminant exposure. And if it takes testing machine, could also offer some revenue generating opportunities. The emergency management grant is to benefit and enhance our emergency operations center in TAP, as well as provide some on-scene incident command capabilities such as tents and radios, furthering our enhancement for our provision of service during emergencies. One of the other opportunities we're looking at is enhancing the training of the fire officers through the use of Effective Command, which is an online tool that develops the command control opportunities for our junior members moving up into the officer role. Currently, we're using something called Blue Card. It's very basic and very Americanized, and the Effective Command is Canadianized with much of our terminology, and they have much more capabilities than a smaller department that we would have. There are no notable challenges at this time. Some of the operating activities, we plan on renovating a small public bathroom in Station 1, and install a public address system in the bay floors of each station. We lost that capability when we lost the dispatch system because they stole the speakers essentially to use for announcing in our bay floors the emergencies that are currently taking place. So no one can hear the phones ringing inside the station when they're out on the bay floors. And Station 1 will now be able to contact Station 2 through the PA system when they're out watching trucks over on vehicles. The capital project overview, we wanted to replace damaged and failed fire hoses, which happens every few years. We put in money in reserves to shy of 800,000 this year, or 2026. That it's a requirement, and a requirement that we test our hoses annually, and every once in a while we pressurize them to test them. And once a while, below the coupling at the end, and they have to be replaced. It's a regular occurrence, and that's, like I said, an NFPA requirement annually. For this year, an excluded item is the new fire master plan, for budget reasons, and the last report was completed in 2015. We're well due for a new plan, and estimated at approximately $90,000 for fire master plan. And the second excluded item is the establishment of an emergency management reserve. Corporation currently does not have such a reserve if the need arises. And the plan is to revisit after the 2024 year-end audit is completed and alternative funding might be present in form of surpluses. Are there any questions?
Questions, Councillor Settle.
Thank you. Could you speak a little bit more to the fire master plan and the importance of having an updated fire master plan?
Absolutely, thank you, Councilor Tevin. The fire master plan does everything from letting you know what kind of equipment you should have, current situation of the corporation and the city, the layout, your response times. If you were to have new fire department or fire departments, what that would look like and where they should be located for response time. As the city is sprawling north, east, south, and west, essentially. So that would give us some information as to what we need, what kind of condition our equipment and our training and our infrastructure is in. We know our infrastructure might increase on the last space studies and building condition studies is very poor. And yes, it lets us know that our firefighters are meeting the capabilities of the current training standards and requirements. The importance is, the last one was about 10 years ago, and that was made for those standards with futures, with foresight planning. This will give us a much more vision-oriented idea of what we can do, where we should go. Should we build one station centrally, or do we build 3 stations because of the sprawl and the required response time by the NFPA standards? Thank you.
Thank you to the chair. My question would be for Mr. Kruger, would that be considered a one-time funding? Like that it could be funded through the tax stabilization, or does it need to be part of the overall budget?
Through the chair, the budget as presented excluded it based on trying to keep the tax levy the way that it was. The tax stabilization one-time funding is really just geared for these kind of one-offs that don't recur necessarily. However, it does remain an option if council wanted to fund it right away, potentially could look at that. The intent for the bringing it back later was more to sort of do a more fulsome analysis of our reserves, including the tax stabilization one once the 2024 audit is done. But certainly if there's an urgency to it that council sees fit to proceed now, that could be an option.
Councillor Burbank.
Thank you to the chair. Further to that, so back to the chief. Do you have a plan then if it doesn't get funded for this year? Is it something that absolutely would have to be done next year? Or I'm just trying to get a sense of what the urgency is. It sounds like it's something we need to do to be able to operate more efficiently and effectively.
There is no legislative, through the chair, there is no legislative requirement for the fire master plan. Generally, it's every 10 years. Notwithstanding, you may note that I have put in the reserve plan, capital reserve, 10 years out, new fire department, new fire station. Both of them are very antiquated. They met the requirements of the time, but they're not AOA compliant. They do not have proper facilities for both genders. There's no lecture rooms, no conference rooms, no gym. The gym is in the bay floors. So yes, I'm still planning ahead, but it would be nice to have third party insight as to, well, here's perhaps where you should be locating any new stations, or maybe you should only have one large station versus 2 or 3 stations.
Thank you. As a follow-up, that just to point out that that, if there was some shifting of where the stations were, or it was consolidated into one, that would free up some land for possible affordable housing for the city, so, just pointing that out.
Any other questions or? Councilor Rai?
Just to the chair, what's the best practices to have a master plan done, like, what's the range, 10-year, 15-year?
Councilor Manager, thank you, Chair, typically it's 10-year. That's your standard.
Any other questions or comments on the fire? Are you presenting on your?
Yes, so. I'm now presenting on Stratford's own municipal airport. Operating activities for right now is GPS regulatory review, which is a legislative requirement, and flight checks performed every 5 years. Challenges, well, meeting the recommendations of the airport study without having capital reserve investments, with the goal and intent of having the airport reach a revenue neutral capability. Another challenge has been this year, the reduction in flights from the US, political reasons we presume. It's really resulted in a lot less fuel sales. Particularly, we have a lot more jets coming in from the US for the festival. That's just that traffic has increased considerably for, I presume why, but we do not have any capital projects planned for this year or next year. The excluded item is the transfer to reserves. It hasn't been supported in the last few years, so we did put them in, but based on the 10-year forecast of infrastructure, regardless of where council chooses to go with the vision of the airport, we still have to maintain the infrastructure, whether we keep it or dispose of it. To do that, if we were to transfer reserves, this is talking to hangars, taxiway, runway resurfacing, and taxiway lighting, which are requirements. We'd be looking at over the next 10 years, each year, 474,000 and change investment in capital reserves. Any questions?
Through the chair, yeah, just more of a comment. I don't think it's any surprise to anyone that I'm not a big fan of retaining the airport. I do think it has its place. I think this is gonna seem strange because in the typical sense, I would not be thrilled about privatizing things, but in this case, I think privatizing the airport, selling it to someone who can run it as an airport where we still get the benefit of having a local nearby airport, but not having the capital costs and expenses that are coming up, I think would be a wise move. It would free up quite a bit of capital if we just sold it, which we could then invest within the boundaries of the city. There's discussion always about the orange helicopters that land there, which is really important. I would love to see an investment within the city boundaries where the orange helicopters could land actually close to the airport, where people wouldn't need to hop in an ambulance and drive all that way. So just moving forward, I would love to see us consider divesting ourselves of the airport. And I believe that the study that we had done basically gives the economic outlook that it's really not viable for the city. It is a drain on our resources, especially because we do need to make capital investments of a large nature coming up.
Any other questions or comments? Councilor Knight.
To the chair, just touching base on that, I'm kind of on the opposite spectrum of that part. I think the way the airport is right now, because there has been no investment put in it. And an airport, once it's gone, it very seldom comes back. So it is a very valuable resource to have within the city, and the city is growing. I think we should probably look at it once again and see how we can make it revenue neutral and what opportunities we can have there.
Thank Councilor Gordon.
Yeah, in just to additional, it is about the airport. I think so, we are not looking any profits from airport at this moment. Airport for us, one of the need for us. If you see like Godrej, we have own, I mean, our own airports is for emergency purpose. We need to have our city growing, more population having, right? I think so. I know we have a lot of challenge, we need more invest, we have to pay more money. But my opinion, I know most of, I just talked to so many, in the public, I talked to them, they explain we have to keep this airport. But what Councillor Manager, he told me, it is very difficult to bring back land, maybe we can work together with Waterloo airports, that's what I totally part. I think so, from, if you see from airport to our hospital, just direct flight, right? You know, we're so lucky we have airports. I think so, I don't know, this is my idea, so to keep this airport. As long as we can, I don't know how we can, but we are growing every single day. I mean,
So you have a little more,
Yeah, thank you through the chair. We have engaged a little bit with Invest Stratford to assist trying to work with some of our partners out there that own airports and are doing different things with their small airports like ours, as well as trying to monetize again what those benefits look like. And again, with a small airport like that, there's the financial piece, but then there's also the economic benefits and then tourism benefits as well. So we hope to report back to council with some information and then more information as time goes on here, and we collect that data and see what opportunities might exist around there for more around the service of that airport and what that looks like for us. So stay tuned.
thank you for your wisdom.
And I will certainly add to those comments, and we continue to work with the airport, hangar owners, aircraft users. I think there's more opportunities there than challenges. And we have to take into account the economic impact, but also the social impact of having that asset. So as mentioned, through the CAO, we will have a report coming back to council, in 2026 to address challenges, but also potential opportunities as well. I think there's some great opportunities there. Looking at and visiting Tilsonburg Airport, what they're doing with theirs, very similar to what we have in Stratford with regards to its location and its impact overall on industry and more so to tourism as well. So we look forward to those presentations being made.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? No, thank you for the presentation. Thank you. Next up, is it just
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Just to elaborate on the chief's comment there for master plans in terms of infrastructure services. If it's a legislated on master plan, the province typically requests from us a 5-year master plan before they have updated or renewed. Internally, we look more like a 7-8 year. Look at our renewal of our assets, so a bit of different from the chief, but professional. So today I'll be going over the infrastructure services 2026 draft budget. Any questions, please answer the questions. All right, this year is relatively statistical year for us. We have 55 capital projects planned. 7 studies are to be undertaken with an overall operational budget of $18 million. One item I'd just like to highlight here is that our work plans for the upcoming year would be based our actual day-to-day work lives for the year is contained in page 369 to 406, and all our services are largely identified there. So feel free to have a look. I know the general discussion is on budget containment and not having expansion, so I thought I'd go through some of the operational efficiency that underway. Just looking at the engineering department, we are strong proponents in support of doing sewer and water main lining projects. This is about a quarter of the cost of doing open cut. That's become part of our regular program. More now than ever, we're looking at rehabilitation of our projects as opposed to replacement. The Lorna truck sewer that's about to be undertaken is a good example of that. Something that might have cost, several millions of dollars, we're looking to keep it to $1 million, so looking for efficiencies that way. Looking at climate and fleet, keeping our fuel and electricity costs down through those tangents is beneficial. Fleet, we're doing a similar thing, we're trying to pull on the life of our vehicles as well as encouraging more rehabilitation, more so for our larger equipment where it makes sense, and also encouraging in-house maintenance. Looking at sanitary and storm, a couple of years back, council approved the purchase of an acoustic sewer inspection device that has been very beneficial for us. Essentially, it allows us to inspect our sanitary and storm sewers. Basically, we get the about 4 times as much inspection with the same type of device. This is a device that looks for clogs and breaks for storm sewers. And this is going away from what we've done in the past, where it's been video inspections. We still do video inspections, but now we're able to do targeted video inspections, which align well with our capital program. Looking at water, we're looking at our water meter program and should also out seeking some lost revenue from our older metering, so they're less accurate. Roads, once again, we're looking at increasing our preservation methodologies to prolong the life of our roads, get into a better life cycle hill program, which will reduce our overall replacement costs. Once again, our roads, we're looking to reduce our reliance on contracted services. That. And then lastly, just looking at waste management, the transition away from the municipality responsible for residential recycling services is doing beneficial. It's a big saver for us. We're also looking at modifying our landfills ECA hours to modify our hazardous waste days, so service benefits about that. And then lastly, just to mention that we're looking to extend the life of our landfill. I will say that once the landfill is no longer operable within city limits, you can expect our waste management services cost to escalate significantly. So it's a good asset while we have it. Looking to expansion initiatives for the upcoming year, we only have one. That's a mini excavator. The intent of this machine that is highly versatile. It's much smaller than our larger equipment, so into areas that are more difficult to get to. We have a lot of storm sewer and sanitary sewer that are in the backyard. It's lots which traditional we can't get to. And so for us, we either have to rent a piece of equipment or contract a service out, somebody else to do that service. This piece of equipment would most be used by our environmental services division, doing that type of work, but that being said, there are multiple other opportunities through several of our operational services that could utilize this. And so, from reducing our rental and contracted services, we expect to save about $35,000 over the life. So that's why we thought we were worthwhile, at least having that consideration here. It's not supported as a steward status quo and competing with our rentals in contracted service. 2026 budget items excluded. As of now, we're underfunding our corporate energy emissions plan by about an estimated $3.6 million. Tim's team, community service, is doing a great job at selecting very beneficial replacement projects for their facilities. However, to achieve our goals for the 2030 targets emissions reductions, we really need to start doing deep retrofits, and that comes at quite a substantial cost. It's not in the budget this year, but I just thought it was worth flagging in early for now because there'll be a report coming through our programs manager just saying that essentially our targets will not be met unless we make these deep retrofits. The real gains for our climate action will be coming through our facility because the technology is there now. So the other item that was excluded, I'll bring forward is ineligible recycling. So we've agreed to maintain recycling for our small businesses and churches, that kind of thing with downtown corporate primarily. This will continue on to the end of October. We did not include November, December in the budget because council hasn't made the approval yet. So the estimated cost, if we were to continue it on to November, December, would be over $46,000. So I just thought it worth mentioning here. 2026 budget items included, that's a bit above and beyond our normal scope. First item is traffic studies, this is a deferral from the 2025 budget. Studies largely focused on enhancing pedestrian safety, active transportation, and overall traffic improvements throughout our city. Generally, we take what is recommended through the transportation master plan and look into actually applying it to our city. Last year, and would be this year as well, one of the items that is higher on the list to consider is the transportation and functionality of Lakeside Drive and areas. That's the primary location. If that's not desired project to look into, we have other ones we can look into for studies. There are many areas for this that we could invest in seeking enhancements to our transportation operations. So I will note that it's been proposed in accordance with tax rate stabilization reserves, so not necessarily. The second item I'll bring up is a street lighting pilot. Over the past couple of years, I'm sure everybody have heard just some complaints about the illumination throughout the city, particularly in the lower neighborhoods. There wasn't essentially a established practice for providing illumination. There now is better standards for applying it. I mean, subdivisions do have a standard they do apply to, but that is not the case with the majority of the city. So the intent and the idea was to use the downtown core area as the pilot, essentially hiring an engineer to tell us if we have adequate light levels for pedestrian safety, for physical safety, that kind of thing. And then provide some recommendations on either a standard or some enhancements that we could look into for a capital program. The downtown kind of makes a nice area that's contained, keeps the cost down, and also you can see the benefit for it. If this works out well, we apply to other areas throughout the city in different years. Water pollution control plant service delivery review. Our contract with Ontario Clean Water Agency ends in 2027. And so we thought it'd be good to, before we go to negotiations, to renew the next contract, to discuss how the services might change and put us in the best position to negotiate. That's that there. Water pollution control plant master plan. This is compliance requirements of the province. Storm master plan, this is long overdue and something that needs to proceed. 20 years is the last time we had a full in-depth look at our storm infrastructure in that sense. And then lastly, I proposed a waste rate study. Now that we've are underway with the extended producer responsibility system with the promise of paying for recycling services, it's a good time to figure out how to fund the remaining of our waste management services. So we did this back in 2021. We're looking to do it again in 2026. So I'll figure out what the appropriate revenues are for our landfill tipping fees, for bag tags, and also just general services that we provide. So, and then lastly, challenges, project delivery and staffing. So I'm just highlighting at this point that our engineering, fleet, public works divisions are at full capacity. This is largely a result of we're having retirements, increased administrative compliance, increased services we're providing, as well as increased capital funding, which results in more design for our staff to pursue these projects. So the outcome is that we're largely addressing our programs and initiatives through priority through what council initiatives are. Which means that some things will have been delayed, and we'll get to it when we get to it. So at this time, I've got the 4 staff requests to help support this, but however, we are looking at internal efficiencies through the collective agreements that are coming out for the future, as well as reaching the services provided to maintain the services that are expected. At this time, so that's where we sit. Happy to answer any questions.
And just regarding the traffic studies that you're talking about, will that be something that you mentioned that a certain area would be targeted? Is that something that will come to council for sort of direction on which area to target, or is that would we request that?
Through the chair, council by all means can provide a recommendation or the guidance to me to specify where they would like to have it. Because the way our procurement works, it's under $60,000, so they wouldn't have to council to proceed with that work. So if the intent is to have a specific project, then my recommendation is to give me direction to we want to see that the funding spent or not spent. Or to report back to council along.
Okay, no, thank you. I was asking because you mentioned that council wanted a different area, we will mention that to you. I guess, and when would you anticipate the decision that you would be deciding which area to
As just mentioned, if we kind of go through, priority by priority at this point, so. I'm not, I couldn't, I just spring something next year, so maybe we formalize what we'd be looking at, but. Once again, council rather notify before we proceed and just flag that for, consideration. Make those next steps.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Councilor McKay?
I would like to see, a consideration of the current, leave policy, referred by staff for a look at developing a hybrid policy where light duty vehicles would be considered under a leasing program and see what comes up with. There are some values in that. The leasing companies specialize in optimal replacement scheduling, centralized management, faster turnover, better purchasing prices due to scale, and the resale value shifts to the lesser. You're indicating in some way that there's some pressure on the fleet division, and this could possibly, I don't think it makes sense for heavy duty equipment, but possibly for light duty by
Through your chair, great question. Essentially, Mr. Kruger and I did that evaluation about 3 years ago. We looked at enterprise fleet management systems. The generals all out, you can chime in a second here, but the general outcome that we saw that it was much more expensive to maintain fleet services if we go through a leasing system. So essentially you get a nice shiny vehicle consistently, which is a nice benefit of my side of it's not to push it forward. However, it's a much more costly service to operate and maintain, so that's why we've stuck with the model that we're currently at.
So I keep reaching for the microphone, sorry. But just through the chair, so one of the other things that we found with that program is, with those programs, is that they really want to have your fleet on the same cycle. So getting it on the same cycle was gonna be cost prohibitive at the outset. So again, basically just dumping what we got and going with a new package of fleet. It just wasn't that feasible at that time, but certainly it is something that on an ongoing basis we do consider and we do look at, so we can maybe take that back and just kind of review whether or not those program parameters have shifted any.
All
just to follow up, and some of the cost savings come to do with getting hybrid vehicles more quickly, and then you're looking at savings in operational costs. I think when we look at the vehicles that have been brought forward for this year, you're looking at probably 1/3 of the savings over the life cycle of the vehicle once you get to hybrid vehicles. That's why I'd just like to see what the analysis looks like to understand.
Any other questions? I have Councilor Sutton, then Councilor Burke.
Thank you. Just regarding the rehab and expansion of the public works facility, I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on sort of, it's a $5 million, so I'm just wondering, do you see any possibility to do more rehab than expansion in the short term and then sort of phase that $5 million in, or just wanted your sort of feedback on that?
No, through the chair, great question. We've already started some consulting services to do the analysis on what we could do for that facility. And when I was talking to the architectural consultant, not knowing knowing that we didn't have a large bucket to draw from necessarily, I essentially asked for, get us the best option you can for lowest price possible. Part of several of the buildings there are tear downs, for lack of better words, they're tear downs. So those areas, they're in locations that are inefficient and they're not in a preservation worth saving. There are areas that are worth preserving. Our salt sheds, definitely newer, wouldn't touch that one. We have fleet bays that are sufficient enough that there could be some rehab work done to it. But the office space, the traffic buildings, and other areas, they're not in condition worth preserving, and they're also result in inefficiencies for how the yard actually works. The one thing that I would repeat again is that we've engaged an architectural consultant for the work, and we're looking to get the maximum dollar we can for what we're looking to do. So, knowing that there's limited funds to provide to buildings.
Thank you. Through the chair, going back to the climate targets and reducing GHG emissions, obviously that does add some cost on the capital side, as we can see. But over the long term, we know that like operating costs then will go down in the future. So it really is kind of an investment, not only in the environment and preserving the environment, but also reducing operating costs. I'm just curious if you had considered creating a reserve fund that could be drawn on for some of these bigger climate initiatives that, whatever department, if they came up with a project that they could draw from that reserve fund.
Sure, I'll start, I'm sure we'll jump it after me. Last few years, council done a great way at supporting the increased contributions to reserves to have a more sustainable renewal program. And so essentially the focus is getting to the very basics of my lines, ensure your core services are preserved. And so, and then this year, trying to fit within a specific mandate would allow the above and beyond addressing the core services that will contain. So we have discussed it, we have to consider it. I made those requests time. The one thing I will do mention is that the manager of facilities with the climate change program manager has started the evaluation of our top 7 largest buildings to figure out what that deep retrofits might look like. And we're only getting the results now on the recommendations for next steps. So we kind of knew what we needed, but now we have a lot more specifics and what those specific dollar values are. So if there's an intent to start making headway on that, just starting to get that information.
Okay, thanks as a follow-up. I appreciate the efforts that are already being put in because our GHG emissions did fall last year. So appreciate the work that staff is doing towards that.
Any other council okay?
I just wanted to follow on the comment regarding the public works facility. I'm glad to see that there is thought going into redeveloping that site. It was the one tour that we did at the beginning of council, but I was surprised at how little we had as far as up-to-date facilities on that site. So it would be nice to have people working in a site that actually function in the modern world.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm not sure if this is the correct time to put forward a motion to amend the budget. So I'd like to add the request for the mini excavator purchase as an amendment to the budget.
Seconder for the motion. Okay. Full council D. Discussion on the motion. No questions or comments. I'll call the question then. All in favor? Opposed? That's 1, 2 opposed, and that's carried. Any other questions or comments?
I have a very minor question through the chair. Just the speed radar signs that are they like a dollar amount in the budget? It just is on page 381. And my question about that would be if it is there, I just know that there are some very specific sign requests from citizens, like lighting up certain signs or doing different things. I'm wondering if that dollar amount is there, if we could even like use it toward those other requests that are on hold. It's just a question.
Through the chair, so that's the actual work plan itself. So through the chair, essentially, the project engineer now, manager of engineering, has a long list of requests from the public. So if they do reach out to engineering and asking for evaluation for streets, we do have a list that we go through in order and put out these speed informational signs. It helps us collect data, but as well as helps inform the residents of what the true conditions are being experienced on the street. So we do rotate, I believe, 3 signs for informational speed signs for the city. So that's our current practice. Is that the answer you're looking for? That's what we thought.
So there's a dollar amount in the budget for that right now that is still sitting there.
Through the chair, I would see the budget itself.
What page are you looking at?
Well, it's just a little bullet point on the bottom of 381. It says this may not be the right place for it, I guess, like, for instance, just like some stop signs that to be illuminated a little better, or things like that, I'm wondering if like, if we're not doing speed radar signs anymore, I could get the funding to do other projects.
The chair, so the automated speed enforcement, I think is maybe the question we're referring to, so the chair. The province has effectively stopped the automated speed enforcement. We hadn't allocated funding towards speed enforcement, it was intended to be a revenue generator for us. However, since that's not the case, it just means that my staff, instead of trying to set the grades for having that system in place, they're now focusing on reconstruction projects elsewhere or traffic. And I will briefly just mention that you did bring up the topic, we are looking at other mechanisms to hopefully provide that type of service and will bring something back.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Director Kruger.
Thank you through the chair. Just wanted to point of clarification in one of the slides that Director McCall had presented and relating to some of the studies that are being proposed and that are included in the budget and their funding source. So in addition to the tax stabilization, like before we tap into that, we also have some money set aside in our studies and plans reserve fund that have been, I'm going to call them like little drips that have been added to that reserve for the purposes of funding some of the things that are up there. So before we use the tax stabilization reserve, we will use the money that's in those plans and studies. It's about $100,000 out of the total amount that we have on the screen. So doesn't really impact the levy or the budget, but just a point on funding source.
Thank you. I have three. I'll start with Councillor Burbank.
Just a general comment, back to the reserve funds and looking at roads and some of the reports that we got at the end of the budget. That we are underfunding our capital for roads, like for our reserve funds. For roads and linear infrastructure, in general, funding gap that Ms. Kruger referred to. Just noting that that's there and we need to be conscious, so we've done really well over the last couple of years of adding funds to our reserve, so that this year we're backing on. So that does have implications for the future, basically, sending some of those costs down the road for future residents and future councils to have to deal with. So we don't want the situation that we got into, say 2 years ago, where all of a sudden we needed to have a big tax increase in order to catch up on some of that funding. So just a word of warning that we need to kind of consider the future of the city, future residents as well. It's great to have a balanced budget that's good for today and ride that razor knife edge of not collecting too much tax. But we do have to remember the implications for the future. It could be bigger on our younger residents that would be here in 20 years to possibly have to fund some of the things we didn't.
I think Councillor Badger.
Yeah, mine was more against the traffic of the province that stopped the speed cameras. However, I think we're still able to do like the red light cameras are still, I think, available. It's something that, I'd like to well kind of move forward.
And I think Councillor Gates.
Through the chair, this is sort of a follow-up on to Councillor Burback's discussion about there are other municipalities, Kingston, Belleville, Windsor, Cobourg, and this year Parry Sound, who are considering a dedicated capital levy for infrastructure around 0.5 to 1%. If we have such a gap of about $10 million a year, it is worth considering possibly in the future what that might look like, so we don't get into a situation which this council did, where we were catching up to delayed interest or capital reserve transfers the prior terms of council. I think as a policy, it might be something worth considering going forward.
Certainly, yeah, I'd love to pipe in relation to obviously asset management and construction offices. inherently you do have an infrastructure levy, and that's the increase that council has put in place over the last couple of years. And again, we haven't necessarily augmented that, and this year. I think it's important to remember infrastructure deficits across Ontario and across Canada have been formed over the last 30 to 50 years. And we're slowly catching up, all municipalities are slowly catching up. And the idea is not necessarily to have to catch up all in 1 year, but catch up over time. And what's that balance look like? And I think we're doing some really, really good work on the asset management plan, and that's what we'll talk about early in the new year. The other piece, of course, is we also have to remember the reason municipalities in Ontario are in an infrastructure deficit is in the past, all of our infrastructure was funded by, or a major portion of our infrastructure was funded by the province and feds. That funding is no longer there. Having said that, there are opportunities to fund our infrastructure through grants. We get grants all the time. We continue to get grants. So as we put together our plan, what's that magic number? We're not allowed to put in grants we don't know we're going to get. But if we fully fund our plan, that also hurts our opportunity to get grants from the province. The province looks at criteria in relation to number one, the need, but also the financial position the city is in. And if you're fully funded, that also challenges you to put a good application forward to get them. So all of this is an interesting balancing act, and I think we've done some really good work, and I think that's what we'll plan on moving forward, to try and find that perfect balance that doesn't overtax our future residents, but it's also fair to our current residents and what we're going to do. So again, I really think we've done some really good work on this, and there's some really good work happening. And I love that council was talking about it. That's the most important.
And to pick up on that, that's certainly something that we continue to advocate with the province. We talk about this, finding that balance, and once again, putting pressure on the province. And in our recent pre-budget discussion, putting pressure on the province to say we need those dollars. And once again, if you show signs that, well, we're gonna make ourselves whole on the backs of our ratepayers, then they're saying, good, have at it. And so I caution that as well. We're doing great work, but we also need the province to come to the plate with a little bit more skin in the game as well.
Councilor McKay.
As a follow-up from the CEO's comment, when we are looking at the asset management plan coming back therefore in the new year, those kinds of comments would be, I think, useful for council to understand the implications of any decision in which way and what an optimized view of that would that be possible to be included in such a report.
And I think that you'll notice that this will be a good chunk of the focus of the asset management plan because of the legislative requirements for that the province has put on for what an asset management plan is supposed to be and do. We'll have a lot more, I'll say, teeth to the financial and the sustainable parts of the asset management plan as we move forward. So I think your questions are great, and I echo the CAO's comments that I'm thrilled that council's talking about this and engaged in this piece because it's such a significant portion of our service delivery. So we need to kind of keep it at the forefront, but as much as I hate to say stay tuned or punting it to the first quarter, like we're so close to bringing that document forward so that we'll be able to have a more fulsome conversation. As far as the dedicated levy, we kind of like the CEO mentioned, we do already do that by the increased transfers to reserves that we've all been feeling over the last few years. So I think it's just it's semantics or it's wording and the positioning that we can work on to make that clearer for everyone.
Councilor Burnett.
Through the chair, just a couple of final comments. The realistic thought of us making ourselves whole anytime soon, I think is a bit far-fetched. But it's a great goal to work towards, but just being mindful of where we're going and being prudent is good. The other thing we also have to consider is the success at which we have applying for grants provincially. We haven't been so successful in the last few years for various reasons. So putting all our eggs in that is definitely not the best idea either. So like you said, it's a balancing act and trying to decide what's the most responsible way to move forward.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one comment that the asset management plan is still in its infancy for our city. And most of it is based around estimates of lifespans of buildings and things like that. And there's, an element of guesswork in there. This is an area where I think some AI analyzing our data will really help us to have much more accurate, forecasts of lifespan of assets. And, so that we're not collecting more than we need, we're not collecting less than we need, but we can really kind of hone in on what we really need to keep the city going. So I'm excited to see that project progress. And I think over time, our data will get better and better, and I think we'll get this fine tuned. On the point of the contribution to reserve, I agree that we want to keep that process going. We are making contributions this year. I think we've just slowed down the pace of that catch up. But we're still making progress. And we have had 2 years where we have had a little bit more aggressive contributions to reserves, and our residents have let us know that it's painful for them. And I don't need to make light of that. This is a real challenge. When we talk about housing affordability, our tax rates form part of that affordability. And it's one of those ironic things that the only tool we have to make housing affordable is taxation, which makes it less affordable. Anyway, so I'm supportive this year of giving our residents a little bit of a breathing room with a little lower increase, and I think it is a nice balance.
If I can continue on with that thought, so the idea of the 3.5% tax levy was the idea of addressing inflation and also providing opportunities to continue to do some of that work that we need to do. To get whole, possibly never, but we need to work towards that. We need to work towards sustainability, not only for the corporation, but also for our families and businesses that are in our community.
Councilor McKay.
Through the chair, and I think it's worth mentioning to people that we are funding our capital program in a similar situation to similar municipalities across the province. I think Owen Sound is about 3,800 per person. We're at 3,300, so we're not that far out as much as people may be concerned that way. That we were in the middle on these items and being thoughtful.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I see none, so thank you for the presentation. I think I was proposed we take a 5-minute break at this time. Refill your water. If you're Welcome back, everyone. Next up is 6.6 community services. I'll call on Director Wolf.
Okay, thank you to the chair, mayor, council. It's a great pleasure to present the 2026 community services budget. As far as opportunities, I would say similar to Director Franklin, we are in a status quo budget this year. Since I've started with the city, our focus has remained the same: increase product or program diversity, revenue. We are always looking to increase revenue through our facilities and keep it going. We've been very successful year over year, and 2025 was no different. Moving forward, this is still the focus that we're going to do. Opportunities similar to facility lifespans. Transit, we are continuing looking at grant opportunities to continue our fleet services. Some of the challenges which will be addressed as well is with our building conditions assessments are quite old and outdated. That is currently underway through a contract or tender that was awarded. So going into 2027, we'll have a refresh of our building condition assessments and have more accurate pricing as well as what is in need to be done right away. And as far as our climate goals, one of our feasibility studies is assumed under completion, as Director Franklin indicated. This helps us to identify key issues on what potential our replacements are and how to go about that, putting in climate change that will help achieve these goals. As well, we are looking at a park and recreation master plan. This was last done in 2005, so not to outdo the fire chief and Director Franklin, but waiting. This needs to be done. This is a very important document. Will guide us in the future, grant opportunities, and identify our strengths within our facilities now and where we can improve. Part of the strategic priorities, we have the sports strategy as well as our cultural plan, which would be part of that plan to incorporate to make sure that we're hitting all our goals. In our parks and cemetery, our key activities will continue with our road and historic monument. Dump and tower restoration is part of our program this year. This was a request through the Friends of Shakespeare Gardens as well, and it is in need of work, so it's nice to see that on the list of some of the work that's going to be done this coming year. As far as capital, the Willow Park playground structure was identified by our playground inspector to be replaced, and the surf track upgrade as well. Just to note, we have been working with the school boards, both the Catholic and the Allen Maitland, as well as local user groups such as the Sabercats. As we're moving forward with this, I want to include them as well when it comes to putting this project together. So as far as our recreation program, we just continue to implement the sports strategy as well as our cultural plan. There's been a lot of different programs used. The community hall utilization has been a big one, as well as rentals from utilizing that space for the e-games through the next Stratford, which has been very successful. Also with the development of our sponsorship program, our coordinator has been able to substantially increase revenues year over year through our advertising on the digital and ring boards. So that's been a great success as well. In our recreation facilities, the big goals are our energy management moving forward. With our building condition assessments, there was also an accessibility audit, which we will be able to utilize to meet our AOD compliance. And we're always investing funding opportunities, and with the feasibility study that's coming forward, this will also help with grant opportunities. One exclusion that we did not put in this budget was the maintenance perk. Our facilities department is finally at full complement. We're taking the year to reevaluate, see where we're at, and what determine whether this is a need or not. And that will be coming up in the upcoming budget. Our capital, there's a fair bit of work that needs to be done as far as dehumidifiers within all our arenas. This is an opportunity as well through grants that we can put forward and using the green initiatives and getting better pricing and assist with that. Parking lot upgrades are big this year, so obviously the Rotary and the Galley Stratford replacements been done. We will also look at the Almond. When we look at the Almond parking lot, we're looking at possibly a redesign of the parking. We feel there's more capacity of parking there if we do a better design with that part. The Rotary complex parking lot is the storm pond that is now decommissioned. We don't require it with the new swim pond at the old fairgrounds. I will be working with Director Krinkle on this one to decommission this, get the proper piping, touch basins, lighting, paving. This will increase our parking capacity to up to 250 parking spots, which is greatly needed in that facility. With our city buildings, sort of echoing myself, later, energy management seems to be that's a huge item that we always concentrate on. One of our operational items that we're looking at, especially with our electrician, is sensors for lighting, so room sensor, motion sensors, which is sounds small, but over the long term, that's a big item to move forward with. Just our maintenance of our equipment. And just as far as the capital projects, there's a major work that will be moving forward from our 2025 budget carried over to this year for City Hall. So a lot of the front steps, back entrance door, brick, the pointing, window maintenance, and some roof repairs to keep this building at the expected level it should be at. And as far as our transit budget, there's no significant changes. We are expecting our mobility buses from the 2025 budget to be in place May, June 2026, where we will look at opportunities of increasing our service delivery. The PC Connect, we are very fortunate that West Perth is looking to partner with us. So there'll be an additional partner. We're fairly confident to say that moving 2026, we're good. We're also looking at potential grant opportunities to extend the service beyond 5 to 10 years. All partners have been very good in discussions. The CAOs have been all included. Their councils have all been supportive. So we feel this program with potential grants that we are going to be looking at will be sustainable for the next 5 to 10 years. So that's a brief overview of the community services budget. I'm welcome to take questions.
Councilor B.
Yeah, thank you. So just circling back on those things, first off, the track. If I'm not mistaken, that currently there's no grants for that, and that's being fully funded by the city as it stands right now.
Through the chair. So currently that would be funded through the city. I've had discussions with the school boards that so there could be opportunity to help as well. The Sabercats have also given us indication they can help. We are constantly getting grant opportunities, so that would be something we'll definitely be looking at and pursue more aggressively.
Okay. So just as a follow-up, the school was just here on Monday night. Very excited to see them getting the award for their accessibility. Obviously, this is accessible, and maybe they'll continue with their challenge of being a great partner with the city of Stratford. And if this is something that we believe that the school, being that's at the Stratford Education Recreation Center, being part of CERC, maybe the school boards might want to also be a willing partner in that funding of that program.
Absolutely.
Okay. Part two, when we have received comments through emails from various neighborhoods. One in particular was when we had the Devon Street playground. I know that we are replacing Willow. Devon Street Park I know at some point will be a replacement, but we removed that asset. And I'm wondering if there's any opportunity for us to look to replace the Devon Street Park at the same time this year.
So through the chair. So to go a little bit, back up a little bit, so when our playground inspector goes out and evaluates all playgrounds, we get a list of the ones that are in order. Devon Park was in that list, not for this current budget year, so Willow Park is the one we identified. I completely 100% support our playground inspector, he's trained, he's professional. Devon Park, it definitely was a lot of respondents on that part we removed. As we know, it was a health and safety issue and had to be removed. With the AODA requirements, yes, we can do it. Building that within this year's budget to do 2 is not a huge task, and it's something that would be definitely.
And again, just not that this squeak wheel always gets the grease, but this is one of the situations where I actually would like to have a conversation that I'd like right now where I don't want to say pick one or the other. I think this is an opportunity that we continue with our regular schedule of replacing one park ground or one playground per year, but this is one of those rare situations where we've lost a playground. And we've seen on many of the presentations so far where we're not putting things into reserves, or we're putting things off till next year or further down the road. Maybe now, maybe later, at some point we have to do it. I would like to put for a motion that we replace the Devon Street playground at this time.
Second by Councilor Burback. Discussion on the motion. Councilor Burback.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, the reason I'm supporting this is because we have heard from residents, but also if you take a look at the geography of that area, there are no other close playgrounds. Willow Street's maybe the closest, but there are also no schools in that area. So there is no alternative for kids to go and play and enjoy recreation space. So I do think it's important for that neighborhood to have some recreational space.
I don't disagree with the motion. However, I know there's a scheduled plan. Perhaps this one kind of got ahead of the scheduled plan when you have situations that arise that question the safety of a facility, then perhaps we have to do something outside of that plan scheduled regime that is, and I believe you do a great job with regards to a plan of attack with our playground facilities, but I understand the comments made through Councilor, we appreciate that.
Councilor Burback.
Thank you, through the chair. Maybe is there a guesstimate on the approximate cost or the addition to the budget that this would have?
Through the chair, so we have been going with 120,000 is what our budget has been going forward the bigger replacement. This one may have a little more of an accessible path, which we could work within those parameters. I think in talking with the manager a lot, we would do a public consultation because there would be a change in where the location would be. Currently was down by the river. Typically we would have to move it upwards. Ideally, likely behind main muse on the walkway, which makes the most sense. So there's maybe a bit more of a pathway than what we would normally do, but we could definitely do it within current schedule. What are the replacement costs then? Very good.
Just a question with regards to that, a dialogue with those residents that their backyards face the existing playground. Have we done all that consultation with those residents and moving that playground structure forward? Because I think we have to get there before we say, yes, we're going to go ahead and fund the new playground, because I know there's been lots of conversations I've had visits with residents there with regards to the concept of moving it forward.
So through the chair, the message went forward right from the start was that the playground would not be replaced at the current location where it was, and that we would have to bring it in behind the residence, so. That hasn't been misleading, there's no doubt about it that it was going to be replaced at the top. We also said that we would have a public consultation as well, just to confirm and say, here's where it's going. And have their feedback and would have to change direction or location, so.
Just to follow up, if I could through the chair. So do you believe that what we're doing here, it perhaps puts the cart in front of the horse, that we should do that public consultation, so it's not looking like it's a foregone conclusion before we even get to the public consultation piece?
So through the chair, the comments made through the public that we were receiving is they want this playground. So no, I don't believe we are. I think we can have a consultation with them and come with an amicable solution to everybody to ensure that it doesn't impede in other people's backyards.
Oh, go ahead, Councilor.
And I guess for me, it's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. So if we know that it's going in the budget for this year, you can have the consultation and you can say how you wish to align it. Those are just the devil of the details. I think for the residents, they just want to know that their park is being replaced, and if we can tell them it's being replaced in 2026 with details of the alignment and where it's going. That's something, those are the details that can be ironed out later. I think we just need to know that the park is being replaced.
Councilor Burbank.
Thank you. Do we know funding wise where this is a tax levy item? Is this an operating or is this something that's gonna come out of? Maybe for reserve?
Through the chair, so because it's part of our 10-year forecast, it's technically something that's already baked into the levy. But because we're looking at doing it a bit earlier, it might have a slight negative impact on our planned transfers to reserves. My suggestion would be that maybe we just, like, it would be potentially could be an addition of like $15,000 or $20,000 to accelerate it. And then it will line itself out over that 10-year forecast. Whether we do that or not, that's not a significant amount of dollars, so potentially it could get funded through the existing reserves and then we figure it out after the fact, but.
Okay, so just as a follow-up, how would that then be reflected if we do make this amendment to the budget and it is approved? How would that reflect in the final budget number? Would not.
What does it do? Sorry, through the chair, what does it do to the final percentage, do you mean?
Yeah, I'm just curious, it's not really gonna have a huge impact.
It's not huge, no, so just even thinking about 15,000, like between that and the previous amendment that was proposed. 3.09 to 3.18, if both of those are approved and proceed.
Okay, just giving it some scale.
Councilor McKee, you have it.
Yeah, through the chair, I would be in favor of moving this forward more quickly. It is an area of the city that is under a service as far as children's activities go. It is farther from any of the schools and other areas of the city. And we've certainly heard from numerous people that they are concerned about it not being there.
I just had one question for the director, not specifically with the Devon Street Park, but with the entirety of the parks. Do we do an evaluation of how much they're continuing to be used? Or do we have any way to correct that data?
So through the chair, yes, I think with our monthly inspections, we see activity in the playground. So we have had playgrounds in the past. When we did the Maple Street Park replacement at Optimus Park, it wasn't being used, so we eliminated that. So we will do that and evaluate the use of playgrounds to make sure that they are being used. So absolutely.
So any other questions or comments on the motion on the floor? No, I will call the question then. All in favor? All opposed? And that's unanimous and carried. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Wolf?
A comment, more than a question back to Councilor Beatty's comment with regards to the school boards being actively involved with the CERC site. I work very closely as the former executive director of the Huron Perth Athletic Association. The activities that they bring to that facility through the schools, through the school boards, through now the work with the city does have an impact on our city, especially our tourism. this June, we're bringing 2 championships, 960 athletes to that Cirque site. And that is in addition to fans, in addition to parents, coaches, etc. So there is a massive spin-off effect to a point where there's not enough accommodations in our city to retain and house all those athletes. So there is, even though that they don't come with the dollars, those facilities do continue to generate great sport tourism. When I look at $960, and thank you to Director Wolf, I had a phone call with him and he said, yep, we're on it. And that's where that collaboration takes place. It's perhaps not them putting dollars out, but it's them knowing that their day-to-day curricular activities are going to be impacted by those tourist events, sport tourism events. So I just wanted to clarify that because the Cirque site has been on my radar forever. I think there's many more opportunities as former president of OSSA, Ontario Federation of Secondary School Sports. There are great opportunities for us to do the same thing as small places like Brockville, etc., that have done to accentuate their sports tourism through the facilities that we currently have, and then perhaps build on those teams. So thank you for bringing that up, Councilor. We appreciate it.
Councilor McKay.
Through the chair, just a couple of comments, both I like the revenue generating part of community services. Could you speak to a couple of things, Director Wolf? The increase in the parking capacity that is lined up for this year and its potential for the facility, and also I understand in the next year we will be looking at sponsorship and naming rights to some of the aspects of our facilities and where that is at.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councilor Dave. With the Rotary parking lot expansion, that will help us to accommodate bigger events. Right now, we're kind of landlocked with what we have. Ideally, we can not ban parking on the road. We can prohibit that. There's a lot of safety issues with that. And I'm in conversations with CDX. I'm going beyond that. We just did a fencing tournament last weekend with a hockey tournament, with a fence in the halls, with the farmers market. We're past capacity. Unfortunately, parking capacity is a little low, and we've identified that. And this is a big way that by increasing parking capacity, we can accommodate these events and encourage more events. And I think we will see more coming in when they know they can accommodate this and we're good to go. The last thing I want is to have a big tourism event come in to as a potential bid and say value or any sport event worldwide. So it's a big one, and it's going to help with moving forward a lot of some of the market issues that we currently have. The sponsorship with the naming rights. So manager Darcy Drummond, who's in Tennessee, her and our our planning coordinator, our sponsorship coordinator did attend a sponsorship conference, which identified how to do a proper policy. So we're in the midst of getting a policy developed and making sure it's done right. That will be coming in the new year. And then we will be looking at naming rights and moving forward on bigger sponsorship opportunities. I would say this year, that kind of the low hanging fruits is like the billboards, the digital advertisement, getting more on the transit advertisement. That increase has been about 90,000 that we've had year over year, which is huge. One of the big challenges I made to our coordinator was you must pay for your own wages and show a surplus. Did I think that's possible? Not really. But I always like to think big and go a little bit too farther than what we should, but that was attained. So by getting this policy, it'll be not a community services policy, it'll be a corporate policy on the sponsorship. We have opportunities.
Any other questions? Councilor Burback.
Thank you, through the chair. Last year we had much discussion about our own in-house plumber and electrician. So I'm just curious as to how that's going.
Through the chair, they're overwhelmed. there's more work than they can get done, and it's been very successful. We are seeing, as part of our capital projects, we're doing LED light retrofit in Almond. That will be done in-house, which is a big one and a big huge cost savings. Our facility farmer just. I can't really talk, I haven't had a chance to talk to him, because he's always on the go. He's, there's a lot of work there, so it has been very successful.
It's great to do another follow-up to thank you for, we're finally coming to the master operation plan, which I think I mentioned in 2019. So it's exciting to see that it's finally happening after 20 years.
Yes, thank you.
Other questions or comments? I did have one. I noted across most of our facilities that the use of outside contractors was lower, and I assume that's our plumber and electrician.
Yes.
I didn't go through each building individually. I don't know if you have an aggregate total that we're down or.
So I would say, our electrician started a bit later into the season, so I think our 2026 numbers will be able to give better matrix on that. One of the bigger savings this year was our outdoor facilities on the rising, and we're now getting as well, our plumbers been involved with the closing of the pool, which can be fairly costly. So I think come 2027, we will have a better grasp on after 26 and going into 2027 budget. We can give numbers that are a little more accurate, and we can do that appropriately. So
Thank you. Councilor.
Thank you. Just one more thought. So you have a list of the facilities all broken down, and again, this is my conceptual question here. The gallery seems to be missing. So I'm just curious, is that ever gonna happen where we recognize that as one of our facilities, or is that because it's in the park? I just don't understand why it never shows up.
So through the chair, so as for our capital project, we have the gallery in there.
Yes.
We have a outdoor facility account that we lump into, so it is in there.
I'm just curious, and
It
I'm
hasn't
seeing
been
asset
separated.
management. Or I'm just curious as to, it's a building and seems like all the other buildings, but we don't
Right.
have a breakdown of the actual costs of running that building.
Right, and as per that agreement, some of the bills and of course like utility costs are the capital pays for that, so there's.
Yeah.
It's a little more difficult to track this, there's most of the invoices are already paid right.
Any other questions or comments? No, I see that. So thank you for the presentation. And next up is the representation. Very much, Mr. Chair. So, good morning, everyone. My presentation may be short. I'd like to know that last year this time, it was a bit of an expansion year for the building planning services department. So I'd like to appreciate or give appreciation to council for the support in that regard, but also appreciation for the patience over the last 2 years. What we're starting to see is staff getting into place and right sizing to the department and sort of our business plan and project moving forward. So like I said, staffing constraints were addressed in the 2025 budget. We are just getting to a position where the additions and some vacancies are filled, so we are largely at full staffing capacity. We've got some vacancies in our bylaw division. Our backflow prevention officer has not yet been posted. We expect to do that in the coming weeks and have that posted by the end, filled by the end of the year. On the challenges front, we don't see too many challenges per se. We do acknowledge that the construction industry has taken a bit of a dip across the province, across the nation. Locally, though, our developers, the businesses we work with, they're still quite busy. They are still looking for planning applications. Some of our subdivisions are still quite active on the construction front. On the operational and capital programs, no significant initiatives identified for the building and planning services department. And items included or excluded. What we are making a change is we do utilize an outside building code consulting firm, and we're increasing that by $10,000 this year just to better reflect the actuals that we are observing. We do see that it's a downward trend in how we are utilizing them year over year as our staff has been built out. In bylaw, the goals remain the same. The staff are getting in position to have the supervisor of bylaw compliance added. Elizabeth Chekai is starting, and council will be seeing reports in the near future on the AMPS program. That's one where we will see more efficiencies in bylaw compliance enforcement, but also an opportunity for increased revenues there. And lastly, the planning division, we've just onboarded a planning supervisor, a policy supervisor, policy and placemaking, that's Stuart Wilson. He will be taking the lead on the official plan review, and likewise, council will be seeing more opportunities for input and engagement. There'll be reports coming on the official plan review. And with that, I think that's the end. I'll open to any questions. Councilor B.
I'll just start by saying I too am excited about having a full complement in the department. I think for our community, it's so important to have that, just so that we can just be more on top of things, which leads me to my question is, we've relied heavily on consultants in the past. So with that, moving forward, how do you foresee, or when do you foresee that requirement for the consultants will be removed or is not required as much?
So thank you through the chair. On the building front, on the building services front, municipalities are keeping that building code consulting option open in the event of staff shortages or vacancies or illness or increased volumes, or even on the increased complexity of building permit applications. And that's not necessarily to be a complicated, but it's to make, because of the Building Code Act is quite prescribed. It's caused a very short turnaround in order, once they get a building permit received, there's a short window to get that permit out or get comments back. So it really is there on the service front, ensuring that we are providing the level of service expected as per the legislation and what our community expects there too. We are seeing a decrease in them as our department, the building division grows. They're getting more competent in various aspects of the building code, new technologies, new building code approaches and architecture, those sort of things. So as the division grows in strength, we might see a decrease on the use of the consultants, but I don't envision, or I wouldn't recommend a sort of a plug of that consulting firm. What we try to do is use them less, not more. On the planning side is one that is a little bit different, where in the turnover in the department over the last few years on the planning staff and planning managerial front, we've used an outside firm to, on the same front. So the planning applications, once they come, there's a window, they need to be processed and given a recommendation to the council or committee. We are certainly seeing a decrease there. We have not entirely, there was a number of planners in the firm providing service to Stratford. It is down to one. We are at a point in the near future where we could say or go out to that service with that contract. What we are seeing though is there's some projects, some proposals coming in with very high expectations, taking very quick turnarounds. That's one where it's nice to have that option available if that proponent for that project is looking for sort of over the top expectations on timeframes, where that firm may be able to do it. So that will allow the department, our city staff, to keep going as expected on things. But and I'm talking projects that are sort of I don't want to say rushed, but they have a lot of pressures on their end, and they need either quick answers or quick approvals in order for their projects to be feasible. But on the planning front, we're certainly seeing a decrease in on the consultants team. Any further questions?
Okay, through the chair, just to follow up on your discussion about people who need expedited service. Are they paying for expedited service?
There's an option in our that could be, so we do have an item in our fees and charges bylaw that allows for that recoverable to happen. And one item that we utilized was for the people care project on Vivian line. So that was one where they were seeking, and the city was a partner in that as well, they were seeking sort of ambitious timeframes for funding. So that was one where, you know, if we wanted to ensure that this project hit that timeframe that they were looking for, it was invested in having that other consultant. Any other questions or comments? No, I see that. Thank you for your presentation. And next up will be Upper Thames River Conservation.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you to Mayor Scott and Council for having me here today. I'm Tracy Anderson, Mayor of Thames. I'll be presenting an overview of our 2026 draft budget. This was approved for circulation by our board on October 28th. That's the timeline there, and I know it's all in the budget package that you have starting on page 5.1. There's a few materials that are included, which I'll touch on for. Oops. I always like to remind everyone when we're talking about conservation authority, it is based on a watershed basis. A little bit different than municipal boundaries, but the intent when we were formed back in 1947 was to ensure that there was a partnership between the province and our local municipalities to deliver programs and services on a watershed basis. And our goals all along our programs and services are really to reflect those local needs. And bring as much value in environmental programming and services back to your residents and your residents. We always leverage the municipal investment, and we'll be touching on some of those pie charts that provide. We want to provide that return on investment to our member municipalities and deliver those programs and services that benefit the entire membership. I always remind everyone, as of legislative changes a few years ago, we had to separate our programs into different areas. First, those mandatory programs and services that are required by the province. The second are those non-mandatory programs and services that we're often providing on behalf of our member municipalities through a contract because they have a legislative responsibility to do so. Examples like risk management or social protection plans, the Water Act. And then there's those other programs and services that we offer that, although not mandatory, they often complement those mandatory programs and services and deliver a large watershed benefit. Boots on the ground type activities. And we provide those with a number of member municipalities. And levy is not used, these are through cost portion agreements. As we developed our budget, we had a number of considerations in mind. Certainly stability in delivering our programs and services up for we've had a lot of legislative changes over the last few years, dividing those into those mandatory programs. We wanted to make sure that we had sufficient funding to address those mandatory program concerns. We've had cost of living increases, as everyone does, and adjustments to keep our pay scale up to current levels and recognize staff increases. Some of our younger staff that are not at job rate. Inflation is a driving factor as well. Construction increases we've seen in the London area are significant, a little bit higher than Victoria. Along with 14.5% increases since 2023. We have a number of multi-year contracts, most notably one with Water or Canada Water Agency funding, and that's part of our CAT 23 programs. A multi-year program to get funding out to rural areas of our watershed to do projects on the ground. We also have some proponents for some succession planning, particularly with our dams operations and maintenance. As that infrastructure is getting old and they're quite unique, we want to make sure we have the staff trained and available to be able to working alongside some of our current staffing knowledge on hand. We're also anticipating the provincial direction to continue our freeze fees for planning and development applications will be continued. So with our operating budget, you'll have your packages there. We do produce a slight deficit of 49,000 currently. Again, this is a draft. We anticipate some additional funds to come in through some grants, expecting that to be largely balanced. Category 2 programs are largely balanced with slight surpluses, which were planned to be continued rolling over to future years. Our programs and services under our Category 3 programs show a deficit. And this is fairly reflective of the fact that we typically get additional grant applications near the end of the year or at fiscal in March, that we're successful in obtaining some funding for, to make sure that we have, program lots covered for those types of programs. And of course, we have our category 3 campground programs where we're lucky we've been able to see some surpluses there, but we also have aging infrastructure. Those funds are greatly needed to be implemented there. On page 507, the next couple pie charts, I always like to put it in perspective of the broader watershed, the amounts for our operating levy. You see it in blue there with the city of Stratford's portion included around $623,728, with the broader operating levy over 8.1 million. You can also see the amount of self-generated revenue, again, just about 9.7 million there. And then the grants and contracts, those contracts that we go after through the province and the Preds, those are the contracts that we're applying for, not just transfer payments. The transfer payments are shown there for both our Conservation Authorities Act requirements. That $181,213 has remained unchanged for since 2019. It was double, still not very much for the size of our infrastructure that we have in place to protect people property from flooding. The Clean Water Act payment is also included there. That is not just to the Upper Thames. We are the source protection lead, and those funds are distributed amongst ourselves, the Lower Thames and St. Clair regions for the Thames and City Region Source Protection Plan. A little bit about the journey. We also show on the same page, 507, our operating expenses, and you can see that the large portion of the pie there are from those mandatory programs and services. Everything from our environmental planning and regulations, water management, land management, provincial water quality monitoring, drinking water source protection, our watershed strategy implementation, and those essential program costs are covered under those mandatory requirements. You can see our category 2 programs and those contracts, as well as our other category 3 programs and services through our campgrounds and our category 3 programs that we're providing for land stewardship programs, for community partnerships and education, ecological monitoring beyond what the province requires, our water quality database management, and land use management. That's the operating side, and shifting over into our capital budget. We do have lots of work planned to maintain aging infrastructure. They vary significantly. We do have our natural hazards asset management plan, that's one of those things. And again, those building construction price indexes are making the estimates much higher than previous years. We always apply for alternative sources of funding when it comes to those infrastructure projects. It's the water and erosion control infrastructure program. There is the $5 billion pot. That is for the entire province. And as conservation authorities, we all have infrastructure that was largely built in the late 50s, early 60s. So those funds don't go too far. We have big projects in Canada, but we have been very successful at obtaining some of those funds. So once known, we apply those alternative sources. In the city of Stratford, we have benefit-based capital levy. Some projects that have been discussed with staff already before putting into the draft budget. Geotechnical survey required for Ore Dam, safety boom installation, and an assessment of the North Gate. Costs are shown there. There's some work proposed at the Stratford Channel, more related to guardrail size and design configurations. And then with our larger structures, while we did off, each of our municipalities pay a small portion to maintain those structures as well. All these projects are informed by dam safety reviews and the recommendations that come up with those dam safety reviews. This graph here just kind of gives a little bit of a scale when we look at the distribution of both our operating and capital amounts that are distributed either through our general levy or those benefit-based structures. So you can see the difference between them, and all those numbers we provided in the package as well. Levy changes from 2025. Again, this is on average during our watershed. We also have to apply the province's requirement for a modified current value assessment. And depending on that value assessment, there's additional shifts depending on where those costs are apportioned amongst our member municipalities. try to keep things under 4.9% for as mandatory programs and services. When we came to our cost portioning support, those category 3 programs, a 4.3% increase. And then our levies required for operation and maintenance are down from our previous year, which was 0.6%. Overall, combining all of our municipal contributions, the total support is a 0.97% increase over last year. I'll touch on our cost apportionment agreements, and you'll see some familiar faces in this photo. But certainly those stewardship and reclamation programs, delivering landowner stewardship, partnering with Festival Hydro to plant 175 affordable trees in Stratford, making science-based decisions. We have aquatic, benthic, and fish sampling sites in Stratford, and then empowering outreach and education. We did have the Perth County Children's Water Festival that was hosted in St. Mary's and drew from the larger community surrounding Perth County. And we also do park programs where people can sign up through the library, passes to our large parks to get in for free. All these programs combined support our Southern Ontario Happiness Grant programs. That's our staff are learning about our lab there, where this year we had a record year of between 11,000 and 12,000 national tournaments released. These types of programs, for every dollar the municipality invests, there's $12 in grants that are acquired through that leveraging capability. So in your package as well, there's communications. We've got our budget overview that's provided. There's a one-pager as well, specific to the city of Stratford. Right now, I'm going around doing presentations like this to either council or committee meetings. We take information and questions back, any clarification to our board in January, and then in February, that considers. So a little bit of the timeline there for information. Certainly, I can answer any question. Councilor Hajar is on our board of directors. He learns the ins and outs as well. And I think we've got some great partnerships with the city of Stratford to be able to provide our programs. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Questions from council? Seeing that, so thank you for your presentation. Next, that was investor.
Yes.
Minutes, right, before lunch. I can do it, I'll do it in 5. On behalf of our board and our team, as many have mentioned, thank you for the opportunity to present the budget for 2026. Opportunities, obviously many have mentioned in their presentations, a new business park and employment lands. This is a critical component of the city's strategic plan. It is also how we generate additional industrial assessment. There are a number of planned expansions within our existing businesses, something that I think speaks very directly to about Stratford and the environment here for business and employment. Makes me pretty proud as well with the existing economic uncertainty, which you'll notice there is an ongoing challenge. What we're seeing is an ongoing and increased interest in entrepreneurship. So a much younger demographic, a very different type of entrepreneurship, still some interest in brick and mortar, but thinking very strategically about entrepreneurship as an opportunity and a side hustle. So lots of really exciting things coming in the new year. One of our challenges is our contract with the province. This is across the province. It's not unusual to Stratford. So we at the city of Stratford maintains the Small Business Enterprise Center for the province of Ontario, and that contract expires in March. All signs point to renewals, in fact, renewals over multiple years versus 2 in 1, which is great. The mayor mentioned there was a budget reconsultation, so we were very adamant about increases to core funding. I wouldn't hold your breath, but we are doing our best. In terms of our operating budget, you'll notice that there are no significant variances in any of our general operating activities. similar to your community services and engineering teams, it's business as usual for 2026. Our special projects, so you'll notice our housing specialist remains in our budget. I want to bring council's attention to this. This is the annual contribution, however, the CAO, the Director of Social Services, and I are meeting, and Planning and Development are meeting quite frequently. And there's an agreement that this is a biannual project. So if it's determined that that individual or that component of activity belongs somewhere else, it can transition partly through the year. And then our Grand Trunk site, as the CAO mentioned, his budget now includes the amount to start actioning on some of those studies and projects. So that's transitioning from ours and into his. In terms of items excluded and included, I'm not going to read this for you. Everyone knows what the mayor's budget director listed. We've come in at a net levy impact of 3%. No additional staffing, nothing out of the ordinary. We are very blessed to be often successful in grants at both the federal and provincial level. Generally speaking, we don't apply for anything that means we have to put more money in, because we're able to use in-kind contributions for the amounts that you already fund us to operate. So should we see some opportunities to take advantage of some of the things that both the province and the feds are talking about, we will absolutely go after those things and make sure you're aware. And of course, we are supporting the specific initiative of identifying municipally owned properties and increasing our housing stock. And then, of course, for us, again, the Grand Trunk site development funding has transitioned over to the CAO. Again, ongoing conversations about where and when, and Stratford will support that in a more direct and dedicated way. Any questions? You have 5 minutes.
Any questions? Councilor McKay.
To the chair, just to highlight this $14 million investment in expanding our employment lands. Could you give a little bit more color on how long that project will take to come to fruition, and whether we have people lined up for these spaces?
So really great question, and thank you for that. And I'll answer it in a couple of ways. The first way is about 85 to 90% of new industry does their site selection research before we even know they're on our radar, because it's all done through desktop research. So if there are not available lands in a municipality, we don't even know they were looking. So that's the first biggest risk. It's a little hard to then provide, well, there are 75,000 square feet on our radar, because if we don't know if we don't have the product, they're not looking anyway. Now, that said, we are very close to being able to be at council with a fulsome costing. You've done much of the zoning and planning pre-work on the expansion site. And I would say you've got about a 5 to 8 year window once that land is serviced before we're looking for more. The other thing to remember is that you have at minimum cost recovery pricing policy, which means with your director of finance, we take all of the inputs, including the amounts that become a strategic reserve within the CAO's budget, legal, finance, servicing, purchase of land. And at minimum, the purchase by the developer covers that. So we get 100% of our output or our input costs back, in addition to market fluctuations, increases, and increased assessment. So it's money up front that we did, like a mortgage. So we're gonna get a mortgage, we're gonna pay the mortgage back, and we're gonna generate revenue from it. As the CAO mentioned, you'll hear from us in Q1 with a industrial land development strategy that will outlive sort of this term, next term, et cetera. It will look 25, 30 years into the future, show you where you've got opportunities for industrial land, and do some timelines around servicing and the various planning and engineering components that need to go into that. So there's always a revolving opportunity, if you will, for there to be industrial land inventory. The other thing to remember, and I'm not going to ramble too much longer, is that 75% of the existing customers in the Wright Business Park, the second iteration, so where the hatchery is, our existing companies who outgrow their first footprint. And so I never, ever want to come to this council and say we've lost an investment or we've lost a company because we didn't have land or we couldn't find space for them. And so it's always a bit of a balance. You want brand new and you also want to allow the existing companies to grow. And the best part, as you all know, is when say Rad Media outgrows space number one, Larry McCabe can buy it, start his business, and the revolving opportunities exist. So very long way of saying, it's a really strategic investment, it's gonna pay for itself, and at most, you're gonna see 5 to 8 years of allowable inventory from that.
To follow up on that, and thank you for explaining it in such detail, and I think it, you know, as I highlighted, we do have a reliance on residential taxation in the city, and you know, the multiplier effect of industrial is significant to take some of that burden off, so I'm glad that we're developing policies around that and thinking in the future and having those lands serviced, which is key to that pathway.
Yeah, I'd like to see the province and the federal government in some way participate in 2007 and 8 coming out of that economic slowdown. Both levels of government did provide funding to municipalities to create serviced industrial land. I think that's a really great investment on behalf of the province, and that was another thing we made them aware of a week ago through budget consultation. So whether it's grants or zero interest loans or some sort of function, because the reality is that land surrounding municipalities and servicing costs are getting very expensive, and it will eventually price municipalities the size of Stratford out of the market if there isn't support at all.
I just had a quick comment on this type of investment. This is one that I would be supportive of borrowing money for, because it will all come back to us. And to me, the only real challenge in that type of scenario is that it will impact our total borrowing capacity and what other projects we end up pushing down the road because of this. But because of the revenue generation side, all the money comes back and then you have a revenue stream after. So this type of project to me is ideal for that borrowing. Any other questions or comments? No. Thank you for your presentation. And at this point, this track, email lunches here, or should we pause now for lunch and then come back in half an hour? Is that work? All right. Get rid of that. welcome. At this time, I'll call the person to present the budget of the Stratford Public Library.
Right, thank you for the opportunity to present the Stratford Public Library's 2026 budget request. On behalf of the Stratford Library Board, I'm Chris Robinson, CEO and Library Director, and I'm pleased to share how the library continues to grow, adapt, and serve our community in meaningful ways. Before we get started, I just want to share a few highlights from 2025. We've added over 7,500 new items to the physical collection of the library, as well as some new collections: yodel players for children, radon detectors, CO2 monitors, expanded our Wonder Pass program, giving families access to local experiences. We launched the Poet Laureate program at Destination Stratford and created new initiatives to address the loneliness epidemic, with programs such as Chess Nights, Craft and Connect, and Happy Hours. These programs are helping people build connections in meaningful ways. We also completed a diversity audit of the collection to ensure it reflects the voices and experiences of those in our community. We updated our pay equity market rate benchmarks to support fair compensation for our staff. And this was the last updated in 1998, so it's been quite some time. In 2024, I shared a new report and new calculation done, which libraries in Ontario are doing, is the valuing of Ontario Library Toolkit, or the Bolt. And we updated those calculations this past year for 2024. And it showed that a social return of investment for every dollar invested in the library. In 2024, there was a return of $6.64, with a total economic impact of over $19 million. Looking ahead, 2026 will focus on deepening community engagement and expanding access. We'll be conducting a customer survey to better understand what the needs of our community are when it relates to the library. We're expanding use of the cloud services, our public library on wheels, and continuing to offer programs that reduce social isolation and foster connection. We're also revamping our home delivery program, making it more streamlined for staff and patrons. Digital literacy, as much as everyone seems to think that we know how to use the internet, that need is actually growing. We're seeing emerging technologies such as AI, and we're getting lots of questions from the public on how to use those technologies. So we're offering new programming in that area. We're also looking to update our multilingual collections, especially for children, to better serve Stratford's diverse populations. And we're using to be able to do that. And we're developing a fund development strategy while also continuing to work with the city and the YMCA on hopefully a future joint community facility and what that might look like. Of course, the library will face some challenges. Space continues to be a constraint for us, but traffic and program attendance continues to grow, which is wonderful. But also means we're stretching at our physical capacity. Foot traffic, for instance, per hour is up 20% over last year. We're seeing shifts in how people use the collections, and the cost of both print and digital materials is rising, and providing all the different formats can be an issue. AI and threats to intellectual freedom are also concerns in the library world, and we're actively monitoring and preparing ourselves to address those situations if they arise in our community. Our 2026 operating budget is status quo with basic inflationary adjustments being made and cuts whenever possible. We've continued to move any outstanding digital subscriptions, which previously were in our capital budget, over to our operating budget, and we're continuing to make contributions to reserves for future building needs. The increase that is being in this year's budget is the implementation of the revised pay grid based on that 2025 market rate analysis. For our capital program, it's really status quo. We have $173,000 that's devoted to collections, so for print, audio, kits, and other physical materials. And we've included a modest increase to help with rising costs. The remaining 31,000 is for computer equipment, staff workstations, computer access, terminals for the library catalog, and a server for public internet stations. Stratford Public Library continues to be a place of learning, connection, and innovation. And we're proud of the work that we do and grateful for your ongoing support. Thank you for listening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from council? Thank you. And next up will be Destination Stratford.
I have at least one nice photo. This is the shortest slide deck that I've ever done. I'm going to keep this really brief. I did just present to the subcommittee for finance recently, and most of the details are provided in the package. This is the one and only slide for today's presentation, and it contains the budget that you have in the package. But I did want to go over a couple of things that have changed over the last 5 years. In particular, you'll see the pie charts of where we get our revenue from. We've requested a 3.5% increase, which translates to about $22,000 over last year's city contribution. That's independent of the $150,000 that was mentioned earlier for Lights on Stratford, which, as in previous years, is coming from the municipal accommodation tax. That's the intention. We do feel that use of that portion of MAT matching with our dollars, which we then go and match 2 times over at upper levels of government and local corporate sponsorship to produce Lights on Stratford is an exemplary use case of municipal accommodation investment and visitors contributing to the seasonality and the quality of life within our community, in particular for winter development. So in terms of the pie charts, the big one that's changed over the last few years when we compare, say, to 5 years ago, is on the expense side. And you'll see it's 3 buckets, roughly 17% for admin and operations, roughly 34% for direct marketing, and then about half, 49% for destination development partner. So as I've said here many times before, we're all making the shift in the destination marketing management organization world towards regenerative tourism. And how can the quality of life for everyone that's in our community increase by virtue of the visitor economy? And we've really leaned into that. So a lot of the work that we do, and that's from Lights on Stratford, and that's from infrastructure projects in collaboration with community services like the Foothouse Public Washroom Expansion Project, that's the direction that this organization is going into. And so things like MAT and matching dollars will end up being really, really important as we go and seek grant monies for infrastructure and community cultural projects that benefit the community and also help grow the visitor economy with a laser focus on shoulder and off-season. That's really the opportunity that we see. And that's really become a large part of our mandate moving forward. So the 2026 budget is very much in support of that, but we have limited it to a 3.5% increase direct ask. And I don't believe I have questions. So no, I don't. Okay. There it is. Happy to answer your questions.
Any questions that you say? No. Thank you. That's awesome. And next up is police services. There.
First of all, I want to introduce acting deputy Mark Taylor. Mark, as you may know, Deputy Foster retired in the past 6 or 7 months. So Mark is acting for the next 6 months, and then in the back of the room, Jason Clark, who is our inspector, he will be the acting deputy for 6 months, starting in February, I believe. So I thank you for welcoming them here to support us through this presentation. Few slides, more than one, Zach. But next year will be one. First of all, some expected opportunities and challenges. You've seen this slide basically before. Our social issues that continue to drive police workload are mental health, addiction, self-harm, including suicide, overdose, homelessness, and family violence, which also includes intimate partner violence. Our public demand for police accountability through fiscal transparency, diversity, training, particularly in the form of de-escalation and mental health response, body-worn cameras and legislative changes. The Community Safety and Policing Act came into effect last year, and that has significantly changed the way we are going to do business on the go forward in some specific areas, but it also adds to our costs as we need to provide a level of consistent policing services throughout the province as prescribed by this legislation. Number 3 is our reliance on technology, next gen 911, drone technology, and of course you can stroke the last one off there because things have changed. Automated enforcement devices, which I was really hoping would be part and parcel of our traffic safety plan going forward. Unfortunately, as you all know, the provincial government has backed away from that. So we're going to have to look at other strategies that we can leverage to be able to address some of the traffic safety issues that continue to come forward from members of the public. Staffing, as others have mentioned in their presentation, staffing has been a challenge. We've become a very young police service very quickly. We have a lot of young people, and that is going to present some challenges for us with respect to training and experience and mentoring and succession planning. But it does present some opportunities with respect to budgets. So as you are aware, a new officer costs a lot less than an experienced officer. So we do have some budget advantages as a result of that. And the other strategy is that we are looking to increase our staff to the provincial average on the police to population ratio. Currently, that police to population ratio is sitting at 1.78 police officers per 1,000 resident population. We police approximately 45,000 resident population between Stratford, St. Mary's, and Perth South. So that puts us at 80 sworn FTEs. We are currently sitting at 71. So the plan, as we have had in place for the last couple of years, has been to increase moderately by 2 FTEs per year to try to get up to that 80 sworn. We are making some headway in that direction. But there have been some challenges as we've had some extended absenteeism with respect to PTSD claims, which have set us back. We're starting to see that those members that have been on long term are starting to come back, which is a good news story. And we should be able to achieve that 80 number within the next couple of years. And the last piece on this slide is the health and well-being of our members. Of course, I've mentioned stress and injury illness management, work-life balance, scheduling, succession planning, and recruitment and retention. The next slide, please. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, okay, so there's 3 key considerations that the board has been focusing on and prioritizing for the police service. One is local governance, and that is to ensure that the objectives and priorities of the police service and the community are being met. The board has been very supportive of ensuring that there is a sustainable municipal police service for the foreseeable future that's in place for the city of Stratford.
And I couldn't agree more with that. That is certainly one of our priorities, and that's what we're looking to achieve. I mentioned the Community Safety and Policing Act and the adherence to provincial legislation. I've also talked about transparency, accountability, and the policies and practices that promote local needs are a priority of the board. The second piece is enhanced service delivery model. We want to improve the access to police services either through the use of technology or through our service delivery model by our response. So we're looking at finding efficiencies that decrease our response time to the most serious calls for service. We want to exceed our training standards and support specialized training. And we also want to leverage technology to support that service delivery model. There are a number of police services that have looked at various technological solutions for police services being accessed by the public. And we have to bear in mind that we are serving several demographics in this process. One is Stratford has a very large demographic of over 65, but we also have a very significant demographic of under 30. It's the under 30 crowd that we really want to make sure we leverage technology so that they can access police services in the form that they want. They don't necessarily want to call in to report a crime, or they don't want to attend a police service in person. They would much rather have some other means. So whether that is through text, through video conference, whatever that is, we need to be able to be responsive to that desire. And you can see that through our next generation 911 reporting processing that actually we went live with today. So through that next gen 911 process, people will be able to text in their 911 call, and in the future they will be able to live stream through video their 911 call to the police. And then, of course, the last one, we recognize that policing is expensive. It costs a lot for a municipality to provide police services. So we want to focus, and the board wants to focus on cost containment, and they've done a great job at containing costs through our salaries and wages. Over the last 4 years, the collective bargaining agreement has been a 2.5% increase year over year throughout that collective bargaining agreement, which is significantly less than other police services have obtained. The downside is that is going to catch up with us in 2027. Our collective bargaining agreement, the current one ends at the end of 26, and we find ourselves significantly behind on an average pay of a first-class constable across the province, and certainly with our comparator police services. So that's something that we are bearing in mind and preparing for. The new act also allows for increased civilianization of non-core policing duties. We're also looking at some internal cost savings, if you will, through flattening the organization. So we've taken a very comprehensive look at our service structure, and we are in the process of flattening our organization to through attrition support more frontline police officers. So we are hoping that over the next 2 to 4 years, we will have less mid-management and more frontline constables available to be visible in the community, to be doing foot patrols, to be in the downtown core, to be responding to calls for service and responding to the community's priorities. And then lastly, we have, because of our level of absenteeism over the last year or so, our overtime costs have gone through the roof, which has not been, it's a very expensive way to run the police service, and it's not a good way to deal with people's mental health and the need to get away from policing for a while and regenerate. So all of these staffing enhancements are meant to make sure that people's time off is their time, so that they're not getting called back in and working overtime and not getting the opportunity to recover the way they need to from the business of policing.
I'll turn it over to Mark to walk you through the actual operating and capital budgets and the numbers.
So the 2026 operating budget, approximately 88% of our budget is attributed to salaries and benefits. The salary increase for 2026 is 2.5%, which is in our CBA. And as the chief stated, that our CBA ends at the end of 2025, so we'll be seeking a new CBA in 2027. Benefit increases are projected at 14% in 2026 over 2025. And again, as the chief stated, we are going to increase our net new constable positions by 2 next year, as we have done since 2024. Restructuring of the service would add 4 net new constables positions in 2026 and 2027 predicted. Again, our costs, operating costs of overtime, legal fees, training, legislative compliance with the new CSPA, and absenteeism all impact our operating budget. And 2025 capital budget, as the chief said, NG 911 launched today. Everything's working good. Replacement of 3 net new cruisers for 2026, and our tasers are at end of service, so we've got as much as we can out of our current tasers. Axon does not maintain the taser anymore, and we can't buy the cartridges anymore, so we've got as much as we can possibly get out of these tasers, and we are looking to upgrade to a newer technology taser, and it'll be better for all frontline officers. We're going to continue with desktop computer replacement. We did replace the intoxilizer, and we've already purchased a drone, and it's being tested now, and it should be operational very shortly. And our continued emergency service cooperation, arterial capital expenditures, and revenue generating strategic plan is still ongoing. Budget numbers. So the overall dollar amount increase is of 911,000. Percentage increase is 5.72, and you can see the breakdown between Stratford, St. Mary's, and Perth South as far as percentage increase. So that's it. Any questions?
Any questions from council?
I just had one. I know last year with the PTSD was an issue brought forward as well. Is there any effective training program that builds resilience in your staff, so that when they are faced with traumatic situations, they're better able to deal with it?
Not really from a training perspective. What we have done within the services, we have a multi-layered mental health response, which is both proactive and reactive. So what we have is our mental health coordinator that has scheduled meetings with individual officers on an ongoing basis, and he's available for officers at any time. We have our employee and family assistance plan through Homewood and Wealth. We have our peer support program that's in place, and that's a very robust program that Jason has been overseeing and getting back up and running, and got a number of members involved in that. We have, we also do a little bit, we're a little bit progressive in the fact that we provide a fitness credit for our officers. I remember a number of years ago, listening to a panel of professionals talking about mental health. And they said the only thing that is truly impactful on someone's mental health is their physical conditioning. So exercise is the biggest thing. So we have supported for the past 4 years money for each individual officer to put toward whatever physical activity they want to be able to support their physical wellness and their mental wellness. And the last thing that we've just started is a support dog program. So the support dog is up and running. We'll be publicizing that in the very near future for broader public awareness. But that program is new and is available for our officers and the community at large. So we have a number of phases of support. But the bottom line is you can't really, in my experience anyways, train people to be able to have their brain respond to trauma. You never know what you're going to get. We all hope
we will react appropriately when we're in a traumatic situation. But when you're talking about, freeze or, what are the three? I'm saying else than that. Anyway,
Freeze, fight, or flight.
yeah, thank you, chief. I appreciate that. Freeze, flight, or fight or flight. Yeah, so that's what we are focused on. And you never know what you're gonna get when you're in that situation, right?
Okay, thank you. Councilor Ordova.
Just to say that, you done the good job first through chair and chief and deputy Mark, congratulations. And we are so lucky when we have good police and good administration. We saw we are working together, how we are safe, our school safe, our hospital safe because of our good police. We are enjoying every day, every single day we enjoy. My question for you, Chief, are you looking some more like a volunteer? I know you're looking more staff, and I know maybe if after maybe more money to hire more people, that's right, you are looking. But are you looking like local volunteer, maybe like for emergency or something?
So we started an auxiliary program during COVID, actually just prior to COVID. And unfortunately, that auxiliary program, which consists of volunteers from the community who want to give back to the community and support support community safety through the police. That program kind of had to take a hiatus over COVID. So we've just restarted that. And Jason was at the graduation last night. I think we have 8 or 10? Eight. We have 8 new volunteers from the community that will be out in uniform in a voluntary capacity as part of our auxiliary unit. And they will be out within the community, increasing visibility and supporting the police service in the community and providing the service for the public. So at major events, at the Christmas parade, things like that, you will see those auxiliary members out volunteering their time alongside the police officers. And not all those members want to be police officers. Some of them just want to be volunteers within the community. They have their full-time job and they just want to give back. Other ones want to have a bit of a taste of policing to see if that is should be their career choice. And we certainly welcome them into the service to expose them to policing to see if it is something that they want to do. So the other piece that I should mention is our MCERT program, our mobile crisis response team. We've just been given some additional funding through a government grant to expand that unit again. It's kind of been like this with funding. So the government has just recently provided us with more money to support that program. And we partnered with the hospital and also Perth County OPP and Huron County OPP to have a cadre of mental health crisis workers riding along with our officers responding to crisis calls for service and supporting our communities that way. So there's lots going on. And certainly if there are more people out there who are looking to volunteer with the police, certainly they can apply to be an auxiliary.
Thank you for the service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilor Gay.
Through the chair, and just to follow up on your discussion about the MCERT program, you were talking about it at the community safety and wellbeing meeting yesterday. And, as we're looking at saving money, it doesn't matter where the taxes come from. I think there was an indication that an emergency visit at the hospital costs about $1,500, and the MCERT program has been able to divert a very large amount of people who would otherwise be in it.
Yeah, I think Kevin quoted that statistic.
Through the chair, when we were funding that program through our social service league during COVID, it was we were running 80% conversion rate of emergency visits with the answer. It's one of the yeah, one of the greatest return on investments that I ran in service delivery for program.
And through the chair, I'm sure you've driven past the hospital and seen a police cruiser in the emergency parking lot of the hospital. We seem to have cruisers there far too often. And a lot of times that is situations where we've apprehended somebody with mental health challenges. We've taken them to the hospital for an assessment, and there's a lot of downtime that is taken up by having them assessed by a medical practitioner in the hospital. If we can do that out in the community through an MCERT worker that's with us, and that MCERT worker can also provide support and guidance to navigate the mental health system with family members in their homes or in their neighborhood, that is a much more efficient and cost-effective way of delivering the service.
Yes, so Chair, I have a question, Chief, and so Chair. We see the police in Toronto, we see the police in London. When they can give them special training because they are very good to us, for community. We really will appreciate that one. Have you explained why that good people come to us?
I'm sorry, I don't,
Can you, I think he was asking why London police and Toronto police are coming here.
No, my question is, we facing a lot of challenge with different police. When we go to Toronto or Kitchener, why is the Stratford police, they are kind to us? For committee, is that because of your training or your kindness, or what kind of program you give?
Yeah, well, thank you. Through the chair. Stratford is different than Toronto. And Stratford is different than Kitchener, Waterloo, and London. And we have an opportunity here to make sure that our community doesn't go down the same path as the larger communities have gone down. And through through our strategic direction and the board's direction to be more community oriented, more community spirited, engage the community, have better relationships with the community, be seen as being part of the community rather than being separate or apart from the community is a positive thing for relationship building and trust. And that's what it's all about with us, right? It's all about building public trust and having the community support the police and the police support the community. You know, I had members of the Ministry of Education down talking to us a couple of months ago about the school resource officer program. And many of, as you were probably aware, many of the school resource officer program, which is officers in schools, were terminated through COVID. And because of some public backlash around intimidation of students by having officers in the schools. And that wasn't our experience. Our experience was that we worked very closely with the schools, both boards, and we continue to have officers in the school, and the Ministry of Education representatives that were here from Toronto, along with MPP Ray, who joined them for the meeting, were very impressed with the fact that we were able to have that positive relationship with our schools and continue to have a program that was that supported the schools and supported the student body. And to me, it's all about having the right person in the right place with the right skill sets to be able to do that. And we certainly have the right people with our community resource unit, led by Derek Fisher, who you all know very well. That unit is a 4-member unit that is out engaging with the public, engaging with the school population, and building that trust. So that is a very important component of the strategic direction that we want to go in within Stratford, St. Mary's, and Purcell.
Thank you. That's for committee message for you.
Thank you.
Any further questions on this? Nope. Okay, thank you, Chair. All right, so at this point, as Director Kruger noted, under the new changes with stronger hours and the mayor's budget, Council have an opportunity to, propose amendments. So if you would like to bring motions forward.
Could I just, and I might be able to turn, maybe I should have mentioned this earlier, I had an email from Councilor Harris, yeah, I hear that this night, and then it can become part of the discussion, so. At the social, I'm reading the message, at our social services subcommittee meeting in the section sports and leisure program, outcomes and impact analysis, the program was allocated 45,000 for funding in 2025. By October 1st, the entirety of the funding was dispersed. The program was able to support 139 different children from 72 different households. I feel we need to increase this area of the budget, as we won't be able to have the final totals of how many families aren't able to have their children partake in this year's program. It might be 1,000 or 5,000, no idea right now. As I would like to, it's, as it is still November and we have November, December yet to go. I'd like to ask that this be considered in Martin's budget.
Thank you.
I just put that up there. It's,
Yeah,
Councilor Anderson is not present here today.
I appreciate that. Sorry, Councilor Burback.
Thank you, through the chair. I would make the motion on behalf of Councilor Henderson to make an amendment to the budget to add to that fund, which is the sports and I can't remember the whole.
Sports, leisure, and recreation.
But I have, before I recommend an amount, I was gonna just ask the director what her thoughts are.
So through the chair, as we know, the amount, seeking in October, we're trying to keep stats for October, November, December. I do want to take back, this is a shared cost between the municipalities. It's not 100% tax levy. It is shared throughout the county. And so again, we will have the data ideally in January to reflect how many, but if we look at what that looks like, yeah, it's an estimate, but I would say 5,000 to 7,000 would be where I feel comfortable for this year.
So as a follow-up, could we maybe defer that to staff to bring back to us when you have the stats?
Through the chair, I love.
Was there a seconder for this motion? Sorry, Councilor not second. So now I'll open it up to further discussion.
And thank you. I'm just wondering whether there's another avenue that we can, from our 2025 grants, et cetera, that there's some funds there to carry this amount, whether it's 5 or 7, that we can draw from to see us through to the end of 2025. I just wrote that up there.
Councilor Fate.
Further to that discussion through the chair, what about the community grants program and the funds that are the grants that's available that the director has talked about?
Through the chair, I can speak to that, both of those things, but for 2025, I think that anything that might happen between October, November, December would sort of flow through the general operations. I think that this particular my understanding from Councilor Henderson is that it's to try to make sure that we don't end up with an overage in 2026, if there is such a thing. So, so I think if from a 2025 perspective, I think we would kind of just see how, like, I'm not sure if the department can, if Councilor or Director McElroy, does the program cease once the funding has stopped? Is that how it's typically administered?
Through the chair, this is the first year, and this happened, and yes, it is.
Okay.
On this matter, because Councilor Anderson wasn't here today and I had been in conversation with her, I was going to propose a motion that we extend the amount allotted for this program next year. But that be funded from the community grants program. So we would just take money from one column and stick it in another, rather than adding to the levy. And when I spoke to the Director McElroy about my intention. She recommended that this be subject to her discretion, so we may not need the money, but if we earmark it, that it's available and pending Director McElroy's recommendation, that we would have the money allotted in the budget for next year.
So perhaps then I can defer the motion that I've made,
Sure.
or refer it to staff,
Yeah, I wonder with.
rather than
Part of the
me.
challenge is what, I
Yeah,
think that we're trying to make decisions on the budget for next year.
right.
And we have shorter timelines through the new process.
Could we refer it to next year's budget? Is that allowed still?
2027.
Yeah.
2027. Well, I'm happy to, I would have to move chairs to make the motion, but I'm happy to do that if Councilor McCabe would like to, or unless somebody else wants to bring that motion.
I'd be happy to
Well-
bring forward that over.
We do have a motion on the floor, so it's kind of,
Fair.
but I hadn't quite completed like that amount on the motion, so maybe I'll just withdraw that motion. So it gets less confusing.
Fair. So,
I would make the motion that you were trying to make on your behalf. I would clean this up. I think the idea is to make sure that the program can continue for this year and find a way to source without affecting tax levy in some way. Right.
Ms. Kruger, I saw her hand.
Excuse me, thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor. I think we're just trying to make sure that we're clear on what budget year we're talking about here. So I think there's a couple elements here. So I think if we're looking to have that program sort of pick itself up again for the rest of 2025 and fund it that way, then if I'm understanding the chair correctly, then we would fund that piece through the community grants. And then for 2026, not sure what the intent is, but we could similarly look at some sort of top up, or we could look at doing a budget amendment.
yeah, so I may have been confused in what Councilor Henderson wanted, because we're talking about 2026. My motion was going to be for 2026, if we follow this procedure. And for the balance of this year, I don't know that that's particularly relevant to today's discussion, although
And that's the challenge. I would love to see it carried forward through the chair, carried forward and ensure that there's budget dollars, whether it's through grant or what have you. That we can serve those families and those boys and girls that may not be served, so but that's a 25 issue. And I think we have a mechanism that we can address as that, Ms. McElroy brings it forward, that as those numbers come forward, but I think with regards to 2026 budget, we have something in place. And, we'll address it if there's a shortcoming there. There's my conundrum, because we're talking about a 25 and yet we're in the 2026.
yeah, I may have been confused. I was thinking Councilor Henderson was thinking of expanding the program to make sure we don't miss people next year. And that's what I was gonna resolve, but I think it's a small enough amount, we could just maybe just let this one slide. That the 2025 can get covered differently, not through this budget process. Does that work, Councilor Simon?
Maybe just to clarify, do we need staff any direction from us, or do they have our own authority to do?
I would say this isn't the venue for that, because that's a 25. I think in a follow-up council meeting, that might come forward. I'm just concerned that we're confusing the two or meshing the two.
Yeah, and then just, so then, I guess, when we talk about this, another meeting, we could potentially put in place things for next year at that time as well, or rather.
Contingency.
Yeah, what I was trying to address was to make sure our budget was in line with where I thought Councilor Henderson wanted to go, but I may be confused on that, so. Councilor Burbach has withdrawn her motion. If you want to withdraw yours as well, we'll just carry on.
Let's step back.
All right. So as I started saying, what the next part of this meeting is going to be about is entertaining any motions to amend the mayor's budget. And with that in mind, I'll open the floor to anyone who has proposed amendments. Councilor Beatty.
Thank you, and to the chair. So when I was looking at this budget, and I appreciate the efforts that staff have put in to keep this budget tight, and we heard at the start of that razor's edge of not asking for too much, but not asking for too little. I want to challenge that statement. I think we are too little. And for me, it's an eye to the future. And I heard with a couple of presentations today, no transfer to reserves, or we're going to delay doing something. And it is a struggle because we do hear from our constituency who say, we need a break, we need a pause. I'm struggling. And that is real. At the same time, we need to be mindful of our future. And we've seen what happens when we take a pause, delay. Things only get more expensive. And we need to be mindful of that. It is the reason that we're not doing this today is because it's too expensive or it's just not something that we can take. I appreciate that mindset. But truly, I believe that we have gone too short and that we haven't put enough aside for the future. And that is my concern for budgets in the next council, that they will be looking and saying, why didn't you have the foresight to set it aside X dollars for that reserve? Because at some point, we're gonna have to do the project and we're just making it more difficult in the future. So that is just my comment. I do not have the answer. I'm not proposing any increases, but I'm just saying that is my challenge when I look at this budget.
Anyone else have any amendments they would? Councilor Beatty.
Thank you, the chair. I just have a comment, just in general of affordability. Every year I do ask the House Blessing just for their numbers so that we have like a bit of a snapshot as to what the community is, where they're at, how things are going. And when I look at our numbers, normally I have just 1 year and then the next year, but this I have multiple years and I accidentally clicked on 2021. Number of households we served was 4,958 households. And right then I clicked to 2025. Right now we're on track to hit 12,645 households in a year. The number of people in 2021 was 8,967, and right now we're on track to be serving 20,403 people. So this is a significant number of people in our community. If you just take their monthly, which would not have less repeat, more unique house number of people, it's 3.5% of our population are using the food bank every month. So it's I really like the fact that we are taking a bit of a slower approach to fill the reserves. I understand the need to fill them. I do support that, but we have to keep in mind that if over 20,000 people are using our food banks, that we really need to take that into perspective as well. Thank you.
And to pick up on that, thank you, Councilor Beatty, and with those increases, that sees an increase in the generosity of those individuals that can afford to give and support those entities like the food bank. And so even though it's not going to the an increase in or a greater increase in the tax base, our residents are exceptional at meeting those needs by providing for those individuals that are struggling more and more. And so, as I said in the onset, I believe the budget does allow for inflationary. It does allow also for some work to move forward, a lot of work to move forward. And so that's why the 3.5 resonated with me. If I can take a number of perhaps 2% of inflation, perhaps it's greater than that in some areas, but less in others. But then it's 1.5% for us to continue to do the good work this council has done in the last 3 years. And I sincerely mean that. We have worked hard, you have done great work, staff has done great work.
Councilor McKay.
Yes, to the chair, and I'm kind of quite comfortable with the level of increase with this budget, and it does recognize that there is real pressure in the community economically. We were forced at the beginning of this council to start ramping up transfers to reserves, as that was not the case in the 6 or 7 years prior to us coming here. I think that we've made it great strides in that. As I said, we're in the medium range of transfers to reserves as far as for our population. It's recognizing that we're in a very difficult situation right now with affordability. And we're also facing unknowns in regards to the Grand Trunk project and other things that we need to maybe take a pause and see how we're doing. And I don't see any big need to alter the budget we see before us.
Councilor Seven.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to preface my proposed amendments to this budget by noting that needs and wants are very subjective and dynamic. Generally speaking, those with more money are more able to move the line between needs and wants, whereas those with less must hold a firm line between what can be done now, later, or never. Whether the proposed increase is 10, 3, or 0, we need to always be pushing to hold the line between needs and wants. With the authority to impose property tax increases on the entire city, it's the responsibility of council to respect both those with the means to afford such an increase and also those who cannot bear any increase at all. While $167 annually may not seem much to some, we have been reminded time and time again that for some, any increase is too much. I refuse to put further financial pressures on residents for any items that are not absolutely necessary. And it's with this sentiment that I have a list of prepared amendments that I would like to propose. So I'll start with one.
Sure.
So the first item that I'd like to propose we amend and remove from the budget is on page 95, and that's the air conditioning for the council chambers and rotunda. This is $50,000. This is something that we've never had. This is something that in previous budgets has been not supported by council. And so I'm going to put forward a motion to remove that $50,000 item from the budget.
Seconder for the motion. Councilor Wilson. Discussion.
I'll say that certainly this year bore out the fact that we are challenged in here, and this change wouldn't be just for councilors, staff, but also our visitors in the council chamber. It is a challenge for people to come and sit and participate. I think it's a project that will benefit many. And that's why I vote support.
Councilor Dean.
Thank you to the chair. Just one fact that I experienced in the summer in here is that if you have any like health issues with low blood pressure or anything like that, sitting in a meeting that long with a low blood pressure, like I was actually finding it to the point where I felt nervous that I was gonna pass out. Like it's not just your comfort and feeling nice, it's also actually like I felt some fear that I wasn't gonna be well for the whole meeting. So I guess it's more than just comfort, it's also functionality for people that have some health issues. So
Councilor Ryan.
I just wanted to, exactly what Councilor Dean mentioned, it's not a luxury, it's more of a health side as well, when the chamber does fill up. That's why I don't agree with that.
I do agree with that. As our planet continues to warm, air conditioning almost becomes a human right issue at some point. And I know that we're trying to make sure that all our social housing gets there someday, maybe if it isn't yet, but it is becoming more challenging. Of course, the other side of that coin is the more air conditioners and energy because maybe we create more greenhouse gases, but I think there are solutions to that. Councilor McKay.
I would agree, this is a health and safety issue, and as we have an aging population here, it's really the people who are in the chamber, not just the council. It's not like we're putting in, massage beds or something like that. This is a very straightforward health and safety.
Councilor Burbank.
Thank you through the chair, and I would point out, as Councillor Seven said, this has been postponed for years. This has been on the budget, and for whatever reason, every year it gets cut. I do believe it's a matter of health and safety, also just general air quality. It'd be nice to have some air movement in this space. And I would say if we're going to be regenerating our AV equipment, it could probably use a better environment as well, because we know tech produces a lot of heat, but it needs to stay cool. So for many reasons, I will not be supporting this.
Councilor Wardle.
I'm agree with the councillor, that if you get some another option, like 40,000 maybe, to get some like less price, maybe that we can't take. And I know what this other wants to say that. At this moment, we're planning to get more money to cut some would do that, I mean, our goal. But if it is less price, why not?
Yeah, I think the point of this allotment, obviously, when it goes to tender, staff will get the best price they can get. And we love for it to come in lower, but what they're telling us is this is their estimate of what it's going to cost. And it does us no good to lower the ask and find out, well, no, that's not enough to buy a system, and we haven't budgeted for it now. So I would be inclined at this stage to either support the amount or decline the amount. Unless we have somebody that's waiting outside with a firm quote for us that's significantly less, but that's not our process, and there's no one there. So my suggestion would be if the amount's too much, then vote against the motion, but otherwise support would be my suggestion. But of course, you're free to make an amendment if you wish.
Yeah,
you would like to make, propose an amendment?
Yeah.
For the amount? Okay, so this would be an amendment of the motion on the floor, right? The motion on the floor is to get rid of. We come back with it.
but I'm just, sorry, so sure, one try to keep it.
But a lower amount, yeah, so I think what we'll do is deal with the motion on the floor currently. And depending on what happens with that, then we can really come back. So any other comments or questions on the motion on the floor? No, so I will call the question in. All in favor? All opposed? And that motion's defeated. And now if you want to bring an amendment to allow the air conditioner to go to the lower amount, you can bring that motion. That's true.
Yeah, I mean, of course, these human rights, we need that, we need comfort, right? But just my suggestion is very expensive, right? And then if you get any company, maybe if you just to play, to work around, maybe to find another company. Yes, a good deal, that's all.
Yeah, that would be part of the procurement process, because if we authorize the air conditioning, that would allow staff to get quotes for the air conditioner, and we would go with the lowest quote. Did you want to speak to that, Director Wolf?
So through the chair, to understand the process of how we got to this initial estimate, we did have a contract with United to give us an idea that does a lot of our HVAC work as to what the cost may be. It's very complex on the system upstairs, so not like you just join it together with other HVAC, with other duct work and just put it in. So it's a little more work than what's a normal, easier house will be sort of little system. And so it is a bit more complex. Without a doubt, as mentioned, this goes through procurement, but it doesn't get given to one contractor. We will go on procurement as per our policy and absolutely look for the best price.
Does that satisfy you?
I'm satisfied.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Councilor Seven, you had some more for us?
Thank you. I mean, I don't want to keep going. I'll propose another. So I wanted to propose another amendment. So on page 24, the GIS enhancements. So for $50,000 plus a projected $5,000 annually, I would suggest, in my opinion, this is something that we've done without. It would be nice to have, but, as noted, I just don't support some of the things, and this is one of them, so I'm going to put forward a motion to remove that item from the budget.
Seconder to the motion. There's no seconder, so that does not proceed. You're welcome to continue unless somebody else has another where you'd like to. No, please go ahead.
All right, page 26, the internet enhancements, that's $50,000 plus projected $8,000 annually. Same comments as the previous items, so I'll make a motion to amend the budget to remove that item.
Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Wardell for the second. Discussion on this. Councilor,
Through the chair, I disagree of removing that. If we're trying to become a municipality and we want IT and technology to enable us to move forward, we need these tools at the back end to support them. So if we start putting these behind, we talked about AI, we talked about other different technologies that we're going to use and want to move forward with. Not doing this, there's no sense to the other. So I think this is kind of a foundation that we need to move forward with.
Yeah, through the chair, I would agree with that. We can't be getting ourselves behind by not making strategic investments that ultimately could, lower the curve as far as expenses going forward. And this is a piece that obviously we need to fix.
Other comments? I know Ms. Moran at the beginning talked about the strategy to try and find some efficiencies through technology. And I think this is all part of that process. But the idea is in the long run, spending this money is going to save us and or improve the service delivery to our community. So, any other comments or questions on this item? I see none, so I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion? All opposed? And that was defeated.
I'll put forward one more, and then if anybody else would like to make any proposals. So I should have clarified that my intention with these three in particular items is to defer for 1 year. I think that is just more appropriate given, as I mentioned, people struggling in the community, as Council Green mentioned as well. So on page 28, we have the unified communication, which is $200,000 plus $25,000 projected annually. So I'll make a motion to amend the budget to defer this to the 2027 budget.
Is there a second or for that motion?
I'll second just for information.
So discussion on the second. I don't see. Are you able to speak to this one then?
So sorry.
Oh, the communication system.
This is the slide.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is, our phone systems internally are outdated and unsupported. And we're running into problems with our electrical, connectivity internally. So that's the broader, conversation. However, it is all sort of part and parcel with our IT strategic plan as we move forward. So there's maybe some room to revisit the specifics of this as we get into our IT strategic plan initiative. But certainly, if this project is approved in the budget, it would still come back to council for award and for a further discussion at that point.
Again, I won't support this one either. Is the unified communication is a telephone system. If it does fail, the cost of getting somebody to support it, if there's no support available at that time, would be a lot more than $200,000. Again, it's a platform where we'll probably move forward with a system like Teams and this and that going forward. You need these systems in place, but this is just kind of limping along to get us, make sure we don't have a major failure.
Yeah, Councilor Burbank.
To the chair, yeah, I would support this motion. I think it's really important that residents are able to phone us. It's the way that a lot of residents do get their service from the city. So we could wait till the current system is totally broken, kind of like we did for the AV system in here. But that doesn't service well, that we have emergency costs that may actually be more than what we would pay normally. So for that reason, support this.
And just prior to that comment, I would agree, we're in a scenario here where we're kind of band-aiding a solution today, and a couple councils ago, and we heard greatly from the public that we need to be able to connect with you, whether it's meetings, whether it's internally. This is an aspect that we have to continue with, and proof is here today.
Any other comments or questions? Councilor Reed.
Thank you, the chair. I just have a question as to, and just because I don't understand how it works in the sense of consultants is the same amount as the equipment. I just wonder why that is, or how does that work?
Through the chair, good question. They're estimates at this point. We don't know exactly what it's gonna look like for what the components are for each of the things. Typically, in like for IT related solutions, the consultant proportion can be higher than in other types of operational or I'll say more tangible outputs. But it is something that we just kind of show it in there to say that there's going to be a consultant element, there's going to be a contracted service element. I think it was a bit of an arbitrary split of this particular presentation.
Councilor David.
Through the chair, and just knowing that this is from a reserve fund, something that affect the tax levy and maintenance. And any money that would become under on that is going to go back into the reserve, so there's no, it is a thing that we have to deal with, and it's not going to affect what taxpayers are asked to pay this year.
Councilor Seta.
Thank you. So just a few comments. So it certainly could affect the levy of this budget if we just equally do not contribute. We have the money there, so we wouldn't need to contribute it. The other piece, this isn't a conversation about not being able to have the public communicate with us. This is a conversation about deferring this for 1 year until, because we can, because the cost may be higher. We're also talking about these 3 items together. We're having a conversation around efficiencies that are going to be had. We're at $38,000 projected annually for just these 3 items. And if we don't keep in check our ballooning software and IT commitments, that's getting pretty, that's half the staff full time that we could have doing various tasks for any department. And so we need to be mindful of these, and that is part of the reason why I brought this one forward. This is just an example where if we're asking residents, and maybe some of them, there are obviously some residents who won't even notice, but for some residents, we're asking them to do more with equipment that they have that would be ideal if it was replaced, but we're not willing to do the same in some cases, and that doesn't sit well. So.
Councilor
Through the chair, sometimes IT looks like it's a cost center. We punch a lot of my money into it, and these guys do a bunch of things. But we need to change our mindset, and we need to think of IT as an enabler. How's the IT going to enable the municipality to generate additional revenues? The safety of our citizens, communicate with citizens. These technologies, if we never ever invest in them, they will fail. And then the cost is going to be much more. And the other piece will get left behind. We're not really utilizing these pieces such as AI and all these other different ERP systems, HRI systems. That's where efficiencies do come in, but we do have to put a little bit of investment in the beginning to allow us to have those efficiencies.
Any other questions or comments on this item? Well, I'll call the question then. All in favor of the motion? And all opposed? And that's defeated. You have another one on your list?
Is there anybody else that would like to?
I don't have any hands up, so I'll ask you again. Does anybody else have a proposed amendment? No.
So,
Did you propose it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
just say, Yeah, it is, I mean, you said about project, right, about the budget.
Yeah, proposed amendments to the budget.
First, I was the monkey, first up. They did the job, very good, clear. A little bit, we're just working maybe about like, what the Councilman G said about like bank. More people, very more food, that one. But also, about affordability house, that one. And my main goal is more about homelessness, is very tough issue, homelessness. The rest of you guys do a good job, and sometimes it's very hard to fight with you or to argue, because we're talking now about the value of money. You guys do a good job. From what we are going to cut, we don't want to cut, right? But our main goal, we're all on the same page, we're working the same table. You know, we have to understand each other. We have to understand each other. From one to another, everything's very important. The police department is very good, library good, everyone good. But I mean, we just like maybe our mayor, the mayor of power, maybe if you get more money to apply some more fund. That maybe who's affordability, homelessness, that maybe we come to him to get more money. Because this was the power of the mayor power. What for government was able to get that money with housing or with homelessness. That's
Do you want to address this?
So I can certainly speak to that, and thank you. Our number one, when we met in the pre-budget consultation, the number one piece that we brought forward as a city, number one, was that of non-supportive housing. And we continue to push this government for those dollars, not only in the pre-budget discussions, but also in our grant applications. And if you're offering up thank you to all our departments, because whatever grant dollars we acquire, then that will indirectly support another project or another department. So I know community services continues to apply, like I said earlier. Matthew Ray, our MVP, has opened the door for a conversation around operating budgets for the Erie Street construction, post-construction, so we continue to do that. Are there guarantees? No, but is there a lot of interest and a lot of work done by staff to try to obtain as many dollars as possible? Yes, and I continue to do that as well as legal counsel.
Anybody else got a motion to break? Or in the list, Councilor Sean?
Thank you. So on page 177, there's a proposal for water pickup truck W16 for $80,000. This is a 2016 model. On the previous page to that, there's a 2013 pickup truck that we're also replacing. But I'm going to. So on page 177, the water pickup truck, I'm going to propose that we defer this for 1 year. I think we're able to get, you know, I think being able to stretch some of our vehicles 1 extra year is a potential cost savings for us. I know 10 years sort of, it's policy of the fleet, but in this case, for this particular vehicle and one of the others, I think it's more appropriate to defer this for 1 year and make do with what we have for the time being. So I'm gonna propose an amendment that we defer the D72 water pickup truck till 2027 budget.
Second, Councilor Bean will second that. Discussion, Councilor McKay.
Through the chair, I think ultimately, once we have our new asset management plan and the recommendations out of it, which I would hope would have some recommendations about just, you know, extending the life of our fleet and what those recommendations might look like, that would be a more appropriate time to look at those things, but we don't have any really data to support that at this particular moment, so I would support deferring that at this time.
Two pieces to that. One, we're looking at, once again, moving our fleet where possible into the hybrid or electric. And this addresses that. And the other piece, and I'll come back to Councilor Beatty's point, frequently we want to defer things, and in the end, we are going to make that purchase. And in a year's time, that truck will be worth less. That truck will have service repair costs that we don't know will come forward. So to defer it will feed right into the fact that people are just saying, well, what's 2027 going to look like? So those are my two concerns on that item, that deferral.
Councilor Beatty.
What I love about budget is that we have different opinions and have the great conversations, and I appreciate Councillor Seven's desires to postpone, and I'm just the antithesis to his comment. Mine is exactly the opposite. You cannot continue to punt down the road. Things don't get any cheaper. We need to be mindful of the future. I appreciate the challenges that people in our community are facing, but we are not putting ourselves in a better position of simply postponing it a year or two or more. We need to keep moving forward.
Councilor Rebecca.
I agree with most of the comments so far. The nature of moving to hybrid is really great. The other thing I would point out that nobody's mentioned yet is that this is coming from reserve fund, and what we've done with the reserve fund is we have staff who have expertise, who know our fleet, who know our equipment, and they do, the asset management plan will definitely help us to keep track of all that and for council to understand better what those assets are. But for now, I think, from my perspective, I trust that staff know when things are getting to the end of their life, and that we have put aside funds to replace things as they age. So I will not be supporting this amendment.
Any other councillors?
Thank you. Just to comment that this, for me, I wouldn't frame it as deferring our responsibilities or putting this on the next budget. This is, to me, is about stretching the assets that we have so we can go a little long. I mean, imagine a scenario where instead of 10 years, we go 11 years. Maybe we end up with a little more maintenance costs. Maybe we end up in a better situation because instead of every 10 years, we have one extra year and we're able to stretch out those assets a little further. And quite honestly, I think that is what people are doing. That's what families are doing. That's what businesses are doing. They're not, if they're doing very well, then sure, proactively getting ahead of the repairs and doing that. If they're not, well, they don't have a choice. So they're doing the repairs, and depending on who you talk to, if you talk to somebody at a car dealership, they'll tell you, oh, you better get out from under that car. If you talk to somebody, to a mechanic, they'll say it's always cheaper to keep your car going to a certain point than it is to have a new car payment. So this, for me, it is, as Councilor Beatty mentioned, a different perspective. This is my perspective. I think we should be stretching, in this case, this particular asset out a little further, so we can buy, we're gonna buy the new one either this year or next year. For me, I think we should wait and do it next year.
Councilor Bean.
And you, the chair, I mean, in essence, if you even delay it 1 year, that's like adding an extra 80,000 to the reserve in some ways, because it sits there longer and you don't, and then you just use it the next year. So I think I'm in agreement that if it's not on an essential need, that it would be worthwhile looking at the construction period.
I just had a comment, and it's sort of a combination. I agree with Councilor Seven that we should be squeezing our assets to maximize the utility we get from those assets. But all of these assets do have an end of life, and that's why we have these reserves to cover that contingency. So the savings to the city, if we extend this 1 year, the savings to the city would be the interest that we don't earn on that money sitting in an investment account. So it's probably in the neighborhood of 1.5% to 2% of the value of the vehicle. And I'm not saying that's not something, but the risk is that if we push this too far down the road and we blow the motor or the transmission comes out, now we've got a really sizable bill that we either do the replacement then and there, or fix the vehicle. And that's the challenge we saw earlier this week with our bulldozer from the dump. The motor blew earlier than expected, and replacement was gonna take 6 months. And hybrid lead times, I don't know on this specific vehicle, but they tend to be longer than gasoline powered vehicles. And we may find ourselves replacing the gas vehicle contrary to our policies because we can't get one in time. I don't think the savings is significant enough on this one for me to support this one. And to Councilor Burback's point, I haven't seen this vehicle. I'm trusting that our staff are making prudent decisions for the city. And if we have staff who are not making prudent decisions from the city, their director and or Mr. Moran will get involved and deal with that. But that's a separate issue from the budget. To me, because the money's in the bank, in the reserve, and really the only savings of deferral is that lost interest from the investment. I think it's a very minor number, and so I would not support the motion on the floor. Any other comments or questions? I will call the question then. All in favor of the motion? And all opposed? And that motion's, sorry, the motion's defeated. Next one.
So I'm gonna put forward, I have 3 more items that are the exact same comments as previous discussion essentially, so I'm not going to reiterate, I'm just going to say, so page 179, the garbage truck, $250,000, for the exact same reasons. I would put forward a motion to amend to defer that to the 2027.
Seconder for the motion.
Conversation.
Councilor Bean seconds the motion. Discussion. Councilor Bean.
Who do we direct the conversation to? Is that?
Well, the chair, both of us actually.
Okay, my question would be, like, for something like this truck, do we just go based on, like, it was bought in 2016, so in 2026, that's when we replace it? And it's just like a policy, or does someone actually go look at the engine, have a look over and decide if it needs to be replaced now? Like, how does that process work? And then if we would delay, like, is that something that's possible, or is it like, nope, this is how it's like that?
To the chair, I'll start, I guess, and then I'll pass it over to Director Wolf for a second. So we've been putting a forecast for our fleet, entire fleet and equipment and tractors, and there's about 200 pieces of equipment and fleet that we keep track of. And we use the estimated service life based off our asset management plan for budgeting purposes for when it should be replaced. And it flags for us generally when we can expect a piece of fleet to be replaced. So generally what happens when it comes close to that 10-year mark or something like the 10-year service life, that's more or less when our fleet manager looks at how the piece of fleet is actually operating, is it functioning fully functional. Like we have an engineering truck in here that we got a few more years life out of because it was not utilized to the same extent as the water truck every single day. Okay, so when it comes time to propose something for the budget, that's when we consider is it better to replace it sooner because we're having higher maintenance repairs, we have logs for all our equipment to see how much time and effort we're putting into it and those costs. As well as other items like, is it providing the full service that it's intended to do for that delivery, right? So, you know, we bought 10 years ago, how the services are delivered change, could be another component. That's right, just not so very.
Yeah, so through the chair, I would echo what Director Pincott says. It's not just you do have a base, say 10 years, that's when we start to look at it. But as to his point, when you start getting into the maintenance costs and reoccurring repairs, and they start to stack up, that's when you start to look, okay, this vehicle, it's time to replace this one. With this garbage truck itself, this is a 7-day operation as well, so frequency of how this many times this truck's being used. So even during spring, summer, and fall, it's up every single day, almost 8 hours every day. They're collecting throughout the parks, throughout the arenas, our facilities, the downtown collection we program this. So that's another part of the evaluation is it's putting a lot of kilometers on it, a lot of engine hours that stacks up as well. And that's how they would come to the base and say, okay, this is time to replace.
to through the most comments there. There is no other alternative for this piece particularly, because the only type is fleet, so how it might service would be significantly impacted if it were to be out of service for a long time, so.
You have a follow-up?
Thank you, the chair, that was actually my follow-up, so if this piece would all of a sudden be out of commission, all of those tasks would not be done, and that would be a significant trouble for the city to have garbage piling up in the parks and.
Yeah. Through the chair, it would be much more difficult to provide this service, more staff, maybe more dedicated to provide each service.
Councilman Katie.
Through the chair, this is good color on what the decisions are behind the scenes around this. Is there a way that council could get a little bit more color on these replacements that give us a sense of like, oh, this is why the maintenance costs are significantly going up. This is why it's the critical piece of infrastructure. It would make that, I think, a little bit easier to understand.
Any other comments or questions on the motion? See none, so I will call the question. All in favor of the motion? All opposed? And that one's defeated. There's another one first.
Thank you. Yeah, so just moving to the operating budget. I just, on page 318, 4050 is the use management program. Budget of $60,000. This is something, I think my main concerns are twofold, and being surprised, anything new, but my main concerns are complaints from residents about the program, and also when this program was implemented, we didn't have any baseline data, objective numbers of how many geese or anything like that were at the water. So we're now stuck with a $60,000 budget item indefinitely, and not knowing for sure the data to know if it is effective, how effective is it, should we keep it, should we not? And so we should either remove it completely or stop it, collect data, restart, because we're just sort of going anecdotal observations and things, and so I'd like to put forward a motion to remove the goose management program from the budget.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councilor Bean. And Councilor Bean.
I'm going to perhaps challenge Councillor Stebbins' comments, and I'll actually look to my Director of Community Services, see if he could provide some additional information in regards to the program.
Absolutely. Through the chair, the 60,000 is inaccurate, as that is, there's other projects that are within that. There's grading and parking lots and some other ones. The actual cost is 25,000. That includes the management plan as well as relocation. As far as tracking, we are legislatively required to track exactly how many eggs that have been managed or destroyed, and that goes within the ministry. So there is a tracking system. We have to report that. So that goes in with the permit of doing the geese management plan. So the government ministry is definitely well involved in this, and it's even on relocation, we have to let them know how many birds we've relocated as well. This program is a product of its own success. People don't realize how well it's doing because we don't get complaints about the geese. That's probably, it's a good thing, but that's why we're not getting complaints. It's being managed well. Without this program, there's a lot of different cities that this is a mandatory, it doesn't even get looked at. Otherwise, you're gonna have massive issues with complaints, and the geese can be violent. There's no doubt about it. So they're not in danger. There's lots out there, I would say that. We're just doing it, basically controlling what we have, and it's been a successful program.
Really so.
And I'll add to that we do get complaints about the program and how it's done, but we also get many accolades from people pushing strollers, people utilizing wheelchairs. around the river, from our local residents saying, thank you. It makes that, the use of it, much more positive.
Councilor Bean and then Councilor Burbank.
Thank you, the chair. I actually appreciate the fact that I feel like it's much more managed down by the river. It's a much more user-friendly space. But to Councillor Seven's point, if in the tracking it becomes that something that this isn't really as necessary anymore, if we're not having a problem anymore, would that just be naturally looked at as a department?
Through the chair, we always look at statistics, yes, and I would say that the numbers have been fairly consistent year after year as to what's been happening, so I wouldn't say we're getting ahead of the game. I'm saying that, hey, we've got great control, but we've been able to manage it, so it has been fairly consistent from year to year. But to your point, if we were seeing a decline in the numbers, we would take different action for sure.
Okay, Councilor Burbank.
Thank you, through the chair. I do think there is some data that as it's qualitative instead of quantitative, but the qualitative data is that, like, for instance, as Mayor Ritzma was saying, several years ago, we would get dozens of complaints about goose poop and unsanitary conditions and messy paths and slippery paths and dangerous things. And so there were a lot of complaints, and I can't think of the last time that I actually heard a complaint one way or the other in support or against. I might have heard one support, but I would just say that the way things tend to go in this business is that if you're doing things well, you don't hear anything from the silent majority. And if things are not going well, then you hear a lot from people. So I would say there's that sort of qualitative data. The other point that I have, which is just a request for Mr. Wolf, and I noticed this last year too, is there a way to add a second line so that goose management is its own line with its own number, and then have whatever else you're doing as a different descriptor? I think that would make this discussion easier as well.
Sure.
Thank you.
Councilor Sutton.
Yeah, so no, thank you, Director Wolf, for clarifying that. It does say 60, but it's broken down under that, you mentioned. And then just to comment on the tracking. So when we went to implement this program, and council chose to implement it, we didn't have, and I'm assuming the tracking for eggs and things is from when we have been implementing the program. What we didn't have at the time, or at least were not provided when asked, was and as Councilor Burbank mentioned, we had some anecdotal sort of hearing from people one way or the other, but we didn't have sort of numbers of these at the water. And so just back to the tracking issue I have is that we didn't have an established baseline. So while we do have year over year tracking now, we just don't know how that would compare to prior to the implementation of the program. So and another comment that when this item was first proposed, brought forward, recommended to council, it was supposed to be a big cost saving measure with sweeping, cleaning the sidewalks by the river, and my last I checked years ago, it wasn't a complete removal. It was, I think, 3 days instead of 2. I don't know what the specifics are, probably Director Wolf could speak to that, but I don't think it materialized to quite the savings we were hoping for.
So through the chair, and thank you for that comment, Councilor Settles. I wanted actually to speak on that. Before relocation of the geese, we send out our sweeper twice a day to clean the sidewalk. By not doing that, so you're not going to get a cost savings on sweeping with that necessarily, but we're reallocating staff to be doing duties that they can go work elsewhere. So they're doing other duties as a side of that. So there's a savings that we're not just sweeping the sidewalk up and down, up and down. So it was generally twice a day we had to do that. So it's just reallocating duties to the staff that we're doing more work that's more meaningful for them.
Any more comments or questions on goose management? I see none, so I will call the question. All in favor of the motion? And all opposed? And that motion is defeated. Got one more?
Oh. I would like to bring up for discussion the request from Destination Stratford for lights on Stratford, $150,000, which is proposed to be taken out of the MAT reserve. So so what concerns me about this ask and proposal is, and the ask for additional funding, it has nothing to do with the work or the value of lights on. It's the issue that any board or department would also do many positive things if they were to be provided with the extra support. We just had at this meeting, we talked about, we've now supported for the Devon Street Park, which is less than they're asking for the lights on program. We have a fire master plan that is, as of now, not added to the budget, which is overdue. And there's any number of examples that this money could be, elsewhere placed, or the other issue I have is that we have an MAT ad hoc committee that is in the process of being formed, and to remove half of the funds prior to the implementation of the ad hoc committee from the MAT, it doesn't seem right. I think we should be keeping that there. If council wishes to support this request, I mean, we're looking at in 2023, Destination Stratford had $646,000 request. Now, if you include the lights on request, we're at $816,000. And in addition, Destination Stratford is receiving the MAT funds. I think it was up there as $380,000. So they are receiving a significant more funding, and if we have other, just lots of other departments and things that if we were to just provide $150,000 to them, they would also do really great things. But if there are requests for grants and things, I think they should be limited to the grant committee requests, things like that, and that's it. So I'll stop talking. I'll put forward a motion to. So it's not a request, so. Sorry, I'm just trying to. I think the motion would be to amend the budget to not provide the lights on funding of $150,000 from the MAT reserve.
Sort of second, Councilman Eno second. Discussion. Councilman Wardell.
I think so. It's meant to be for homelessness. It is meant to be for, I think so. Probably I just support about the co-dependency.
Yeah, certainly, and I agree, there's lots of, I believe, opportunities for the MAT tax, but that's why council has put forward the motion to initiate and to begin the process of establishing a advisory committee to give some direction. So this was an opportunity for us to continue to support lights on Stratford and allow the advisory committee to be established, and then them to make recommendations. Perhaps it is towards a strategic plan for the fire department or support of homelessness. So that's what I'm looking forward to with regards to the advisory committee with regards to that tax.
Yeah, so we share this continue. That this is not as moment we just we are working the value of money now. Because with this celebration, we don't know what's happening next year, right? In the economy. So everybody they try to save money, right? Now we are not like last year or before last year. We're just going for future, but it's very hard for us. It's not something, the program being wonderful to a lot of tourists coming, I know, but we have to be, for what he said, we have to support his idea. That as this moment, the more we keep our money or saving, just, we are safe, I mean, that's the main thing. Otherwise, I'm not against or nothing, but, you know, oh my goodness, you guys did a good job, this total. Perfect job, really, you know, I don't know how you guys did this job, really, I just been more than serious, you know. I'm not against that, but sometimes, right, you know, we try to understand and, okay, we did already last year, right? Now it's going to time, that's my suggestion, thank you.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I believe that this program for Destination Stratford does so much for our residents and for tourism. I always think that Stratford gets to benefit all our citizens every day, and the tourism gets to come to enjoy the water here in Stratford. At our most recent National Symposium for Communities in Bloom, Mr. Gribble was one of our speakers and spoke specifically to this topic of lights on. It was it created the most conversation, and in the reviews had the most comments of, we got so much out of this conversation. We look so forward to looking at how we could implement something like this in our community. Stratford is seen as a leader in what it does in the shoulder seasons. This is a remarkable program. It is something that we have staff who take great pride in and want to do something that is truly remarkable. I can't see why we would not support this tremendously as a project for our community. It is something that does so much for us in the darkest days of the year, and it brings so much joy. I can't believe that we would support this.
And that was going to be my comment as well, that this program is not just for tourists, it's for our residents of Stratford. That you see young families, you see older people on the buses, it's just it's a good community activity.
Thank you, and absolutely. That this discussion this motion is not about whether lights on should happen or not. I think it is a great thing for our community, and I do fully support the program. This is about, you know, and other communities, I'm sure, would love to have this happen in their community, but are they willing to spend this very significant amount of money that we and our taxpayers are spending on this program? This isn't a question of having the program or not. This is a question of, you know, sure, we can have a lights festival. We can have, you know, for that amount of money, we could have any number of things, and other communities could too, but I don't think their taxpayers would support it once they realize how much they would have to pay for it. And we're just, that's the difference. I think we can have great programs. We have many great programs in our community, some that don't even come to us for grants, some that get a $10,000 grant and go running with it and make great strides in our community. We are giving. Destination Stratford receives, with the NAT, they receive over $1 million in money that is tax money and money that is collected from accommodators. So this isn't a question of can they do it or not. I think without this extra $150,000 that can be done, it would be less of a scale. And I think that's like everything has to work within the limits. You know, all the outside boards have to work within their limits. Our departments have budgets and limits. The police, the fire, they all have limits. And if they had bigger limits, they would do more things. And that is what's up for discussion. Is $150,000 more or not? This isn't about, you know, the value or how much it's appreciated the program. I think we can all agree it's a great program. We all attend it. It's a question of, yes, we have it. Do we support it with even more money? And then if we do, why are we not supporting all the other valued and important organizations that also do great work?
I just had a comment generally. So Destination Stratford is tasked with bringing visitors to our community, and that can happen in many ways. And as you saw in their budget presentation, they used to have more that went to direct advertising. And that has started to shift to these activations, creating something for people to come and engage with. And the strategy of this program, the Lights On, was to be an anchor tenant to increase our winter tourism. We've got the film festival, it doesn't always link up exactly correctly, but it is a winter activation. The Stratford Festival, part of the reason they're extending their season is because visitors saw the Lights on Stratford and they want to combine that experience. And I think that's where the magic happens, when we get enough activations that people do want to come and stay for the weekend. But you have to start that process somewhere. There has to be a first step. And I want to applaud Mr. Girdle's vision for this, because I like go see a light show. It made no sense to me, but I trusted him and it's working. So when people say, I'm going to make this work for you, and you trust them and they make it work, I think we have to continue to support that. And I do agree, we do have to be cautious and careful with how much money we spend. But the number of people that come to this community directly related just to Lights On, forget all the other activations and things they do, like the culinary trails and all those other things. They create a reason for people to come to our community outside of the Stratford Festival, which is exactly what we tasked them with. The other leg in that is the sports tourism, to bring people to our community. And part of it is, we have a really solid infrastructure around the summer tourism business. But all those restaurants and hotels and B&Bs and all of our accommodators struggle to fill their buildings in the winter. That creates staffing issues. I've spoken with Councilor McCabe about, just to get a feel for his staffing challenges. He has to hire a bunch of people for the summer, and ideally there's students who go back to school in the fall, so he doesn't have to lay people off. But it's a challenge, and to keep those businesses going, and those businesses are the ones that keep our downtown beautiful. If we look at other communities that don't have that tourism draw that we have, and walk through their downtowns. And I won't pick on anybody, but labeling them out, but similar cities our size struggle to have active downtowns. We still have a very active downtown, but that doesn't happen by accident. And it can't continue to happen without continued vigilance. So all these lovely storefronts around here, that in other communities would be full of less viable businesses that go in and out of business with some frequency. They're not consistent taxpayers, and they don't support the economy of the community. All of the work Mr. Gribble does directly supports the economy of this community. And that economy, it does all kinds of things. It employs lots of people, but it pays lots of tax. The other thing that maybe people don't know, through the Invest Stratford board, I had a chance at one of our companies in town to meet with the German investors in that company. And they talked about how they like German businesses, like small towns like this, with cultural activations. That's an attractive place because it's easier to get employees to come here. So it's all tied together. The challenge with advertising is it's very, very hard to do it directly. I advertise my business, and I never know, are people coming because they saw my advertising, or they going to come anyway? The other unknown is how many people, because I reminded them I'm still there. Oh, I haven't been to those guys. I'll go buy my still from Mark for a while. I forgot about them. It's the ones that would have gone away that you kept. That's really hard to prove. What I do know is that it works. Advertising works, and what Mr. Gribble is doing, demonstrably works. It's one of the in my lifetime, one of the few campaigns where we can point, like the lines are clear and they're obvious to see. So if I could find a way to get more money, I'd get more money. But we do have to be responsible. And your point is taken, Councilor Seven. But pulling money away from this, I can't support. And to that end, through the development of the ad hoc committee, we may get different places for that money going forward. But this money can only be spent in support of tourism. We cannot use this money for a lot of other things we do in the community. And Councilor Burke, you had a comment.
Thank you, to the chair. Actually, my comment was about economic benefits, but I don't think I can really add to anything that you've already said. But just to point out that there is great economic benefit. There's also social benefit, as you know, it's been said, for the city itself. And the fact that the ad hoc committee, from this point forward, will be making these decisions about, and you know, maybe they're gonna recommend that lights on is one of the things that should be supported through the MAT tax. It is a tourism tax, so it does make sense to reinvest in tourism and that part of our economy. The other thing is that, you know, I think Mr. Gribble has mentioned, I'm sorry I missed his presentation, but you know, there is a goal for sufficiency. So for this festival to become more self-sufficient as they go along. So the request this year may not be the same next year. It may not need the same type of support.
I just want to pick up on one of your comments that you made earlier. You made a lot of good comments, thank you. The impact on our downtown core. My bride and I were last Sunday in a community not 60 kilometers from here in their downtown, with regards to the number of storefronts closed, restaurants closed. That really brings to light the vibrancy of not only tourists coming to our downtown, but our residents as well. So I support this investment. I know that similar to what we were trying to do at the airport, become self-sufficient. And and create those dollars, less dollars required from the municipality, but I think at this stage it is a great investment.
Councilor Bean.
Thanks through the chair. Two comments. The first one, I do thank Councillor Seven for being willing to ask these questions. I think that the public actually appreciates Councillor Seven because he's willing to ask these questions, and so I think it's a worthwhile conversation to have. As far as the Lights on Stratford itself, when I have attended it with my family, I feel like it's probably the most well-attended thing I've ever been to in Stratford, besides maybe the fireworks, but it maybe is equal to that. But so I just think it is highly successful, and so I do support it in that sense. But I also just wanted to make sure that that Councillor Seven feels my support as well, that I feel like his questions are appropriate. And the fact that we have a committee coming up that will be deciding this matter could look different next year, so.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on your comments, Councilor Hunter, and this isn't, like, I agree with you. I fully support tourism, and I fully support what Destination Stratford is doing. The issue I have is that, well, it's a couple things. The MAT was, when it was originally recommended to be implemented, was supposed to save money for the taxpayers by supplementing the amount given to Destination Stratford. So this isn't about having lights on or not. This isn't about supporting Destination Stratford or advertising for tourism. We're talking about, I mean, Destination Stratford's funding, if we're talking about including the MAT, has doubled since, you know, in not a long time, when the funding was 500 and 500,000 range. Then came the MAT funding, and now we're adding another $150,000. You know, imagine if the library had to double their budget, or any department. And so we had a very functioning mechanism for promoting tourism that's existed for some time, and we still have that. But is there a limit to how much we're willing to cost? The issue is how much, at what cost. I think the issue is, yes, I agree, yes, I value all these things, but at what cost? Just like everything else. And I think for me that's the sticking point.
Any other comments? Councilor Whirlpool.
Yeah, so Chair, Councilor Hunter, so I have some what you want to say, and then also we support the tourism department, we support the government, the new job, but what I told you, we are talking about the value of money as this moment, right? I told you. When the community service, they need the money now, when the food bank, they looking for money now, right? It's good. I know we have a twist coming, the injury that because we have to look out local people, homeless people. People, 20,000 people at this moment, the food bank, people 6 o'clock in the morning, house blessing. 6 o'clock in the morning, international student, local people, right? And then, with the tourism of the good, they need like $1 million, okay? Now we are giving this amount of money. We have no any control, right? We have no any control because we have their own board department, right? The council, there is no any control. I know we have one councillor, there is a board of, right? Right? If you go to like the to other people, we have tourism under the city, they just running that. I know they are applying, they get money. If, for example, the community service are applying money, we get money from community service. Is that right? We are sharing money. In the tourism, we are not sharing money. Even we are giving more money. Okay, listen. Good advice. He told me, he told us, we agree that, good. But let's have to give them $50,000 for this year. Not that amount of money. I'm really, this is, I know the green control, the wonderful people, this not person, has this moment when we care about public in the coffee shop, what about us, how much money we spend? Right, I know, just, for all of us here, directors, I saw that how we are working hard everywhere, the police working, library working, firefighter working, everywhere, and then everywhere people working, it's just, we have also what we do as a councillor, where to get this money. We didn't get the money, we are looking for fun. Now, just we are trying to get the money only from tax money. We're giving that tax money for this department. Right? Okay, let's give them $50,000. Maybe we just like you can say sorry for this year, or he can, maybe we can pay for the next year. Like, for example, if you see that COVID time, we didn't pay for hospital. We pay for this year, right? That type of, we are not against, no, we love tourists. I'm coming with my family to photograph. Thank you so much. It is a little bit emotional, I love what your idea is good. We love him. He's a nice guy. He's very good. He's very sociable. He's very diplomatic. But now, as it's not, is the value of money. Sorry.
And thank you for your passion, Councilor Rolfe, and that's why the ad hoc committee for the MAT TAC has been struck, so we can address those thoughts that you have with regards to the allocation of that MAT tax dollars.
Are any more comments or questions on the motion on the floor? No, I would call the question then. All in support of the motion? All opposed? And that's defeated.
Discussion or vote?
Oh, my apologies, yes. I'll note that Councillor McCabe did refrain from the discussion on this because it was very more. And neither did he both. Thank you. Next, I think.
Thank you. I just had a question. I don't know if it's for Director Kruger or for Chief. If we were to fund the fire master plan, is there a reserve that would be most appropriate to fund that?
Through the chair. I can suggest a reserve, however, it would be my suggestion that it's not funded from reserve because it wasn't included in the budget, but that would be up to council. Like certainly the tax stabilization for one-time types of things could potentially be leaned on. This was not part of how the budget was proposed. It was determined at the staff recommendation level, and this was something that would be kept out of the budget for the purposes of not using reserves and not adding to the tax levy.
Are there any other proposed amendments to the budget? Councillor
Thank you. I'm gonna put forward a motion that we fund the fire master plan from the tax stabilization reserve.
Second for that motion, Councillor Burbank. Discussion. Any comments, questions? I will call the question then. All in favor? And all opposed? It's two opposed, the motion is carried. Any other amendments that the council would like to propose? I see none. So at this point, as, Councilor Vermaat.
I'm sorry, through the chair, I didn't want to make an amendment, but I actually wanted to ask a question, just for clarification for the public who are probably watching this, as we speak. So there is proposed, upgrade to the council chambers, for the audiovisual system. But I wanted to clarify that that is not just for audiovisual equipment. There is additional upgrades to the council chambers that would be included, which would also be a voting system, which would allow us to vote electronically and have the 40 votes for every single vote that we make. To allow it potentially for council members to attend meetings in a hybrid fashion. I think there's also some reconfiguration that's gonna happen. So I just wanted to point out, and I don't know if the clerk wants to add any more items to the list, but just there was some conversation around why don't we just buy an owl and go from there. So I don't know if there's any further elaboration of like what that funding is gonna be for.
Through the chair, certainly. So Council Verbeck is correct. It is not just simple audio and visual equipment that we're going to be upgrading. This is forming part of the procedural bylaw review where there are quite a few amendments that we're proposing, which requires us to obtain additional technology in order to actualize them. We also are anticipating a bit of construction that may need to occur in the building, and we would like to make some amendments to our layout, again, which will require some additional enhancements beyond just technology. So we're really excited for the project. We do think it's going to make a significant improvement to our current audio and visual systems, both for those attending in person and electronically. And we will have more information available in Q1 of 2026.
Anything else from council? All right, as noted, this is a new procedure this year, so I would like to ask the clerk to walk us through if she would, what the next steps are from here.
So through your worship and through the chair. So as noted on the agenda, so today was the first opportunity for council to propose amendments. So if you recall, back in the summer, council reduced the time period for proposing amendments from 30 days to 15 days. So that gets us to December 3rd. If there are no further amendments, council can propose another reduction to that time period to 9 or 10 days, which gets us to today or tomorrow. From there, the mayor then can either retain a 10-day veto period to veto any amendments from today, or that could also be reduced down to less than 1 day. At that point, if that happened, the budget would be deemed adopted. So those are some options available to council and to the mayor.
And am I correct in the statement that it no longer requires a vote of council, that once the work is completed, the mayor has his opportunity for review, and once he's done that, then it's deemed adopted without a vote? Is that correct?
So through the chair, so if the mayor does not exercise their veto, then the process is ended and the budget's deemed adopted. Should the mayor veto an amendment, then council would have an opportunity to override that veto.
Do you have a comment, Eric?
Just wondering at this time, and thank you for that clarification, Mayor Clerk, but just wondering at this time, I know there was one, and I think a portion of a second expansion, and wondering how much that would impact. If that's possible this time.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, through the chair, your worship, just tracking that. So to add the expansion request for the main excavator, which was an amendment approved by the majority council, and to accelerate the demonstrate playground installation. I've estimated that if by accelerating it, because we won't have necessarily the funds all fully set aside by the time by this next year, when we weren't anticipating to do it until the following year. Adding an 1,000 to the budget, so the total addition to the budget based on the amendment is 96,500. that changes some of the numbers, so I'll just sort of walk council and share through this. We started off with a 4.79% dollar increase based on the proposed budget initially. We would be sitting at 4.91% dollar levy impact. That has an impact on the tax levy, not of 3.09, because that's our number from that we started with, but of 3.19. So it increases that slightly, just for a comparison too, like we're talking, it just has a minor impact on the annual, so that was $164 a year, the average household becomes 172. So it's like an extra $11 annually for the maybe $8 annually.
And at this point, I think Councilor Rodolfo was hopeful for a break, but I have a feeling we're close to being back up for the day. So I wonder if you could just go on a minute calendar. Councilor.
Just to clarify, Mr. Paul mentioned about possibly council having motions to certain time limits. Would you just repeat sort of what could potentially be put forward from council? Like shortening the time frame?
Oh, through the chair. So council has previously shortened the time period from 30 days to 15. So a motion could be adopted to shorten that period further to 9 days or 10 days. So that gets that amendment period deadline today or tomorrow.
I think with no further business, that a motion like that might be appropriate. Someone would like to. Councilor Lee. You.
The 9 or 10 days, whatever she was saying. I don't know how to word it, but I'm satisfied with the process so far, so.
With the question for the mayor, would you like 9 or 10 days? Like today would be, if we said 9 days, then that's it, or today. With
9 would be fine.
9 days.
Any discussion on short? All in favor of the motion? All opposed, and that's unanimous and carried.
So at this time, through the clerk then, I would believe it's appropriate for me to decline my veto period. That's correct.
So through you, the chair and your worship, so Mayor Richmond, you certainly can state that intention, and then we would just follow that up with a mayoral direction that we would circulate to members of council, as well as place that on the open registry on our website.
Let that be noted.
And I think that brings our budget meetings to an end. So someone would like to move an adjournment. Okay, this will move, seconded by Councilor Latcher. All in favor? And that is your